Title: The Real Mother Goose. Illustrator: Blanche Fisher Wright. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep, and can't tell where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home.
书名：真正的鹅妈妈，插画师：布兰奇·费舍尔、赖特·小波比。小波比失去了他的羊，并且不知道在哪里可以找到他们，让他们独自一人，他们会回家。
And bring their tails behind them. Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep, and dreamt she heard them bleating. But when she awoke, she found it a joke, for still they all were fleeting.
并把他们的尾巴放在身后。小波比睡着了，梦见他听到他们咩咩叫，但当他醒来时，他觉得这是个笑话，因为他们仍然转瞬即逝。
Then up she took her little crook, determined for to find them. She found them indeed, but it made her heart bleed, for they'd left all their tails behind. It happened one day.
然后他带着他的小骗子上去，决心找到他们。他确实找到了他们，但这让他的心在流血，因为他们把所有的尾巴都抛在了身后。有一天发生了这样的事。
As Bo Peep did stray unto a meadow hard by, there she espied their tails, side by side, all hung on a tree to dry. She heaved a sigh and wiped her eye, and over the hillocks she raced.
当波窥探麋鹿到附近的一片草地时，他看到了它们的尾巴，并排，全部挂在树上晾干。他叹了口气，擦了擦眼睛，他跑过山丘。
And tried what she could, as a shepherdess should, that each tail should be properly placed. Little boy blue, come, blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow.
并尝试了他能做的，作为牧羊女应该每条尾巴都应正确放置。小男孩蓝色，小男孩蓝色，来，吹你的喇叭，羊群在草地上。
The cows and the corn. Where's the little boy that looks after the sheep? Under the haystack, fast asleep. Rain, 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 go away, come again another day. Little Johnny wants to play.
牛在玉米里，那个放羊的小男孩在哪里？干草堆下，快速入睡。雨，雨，雨，离开，改天再来吧。小约翰，你想玩？
The clock, there's a neat little clock, in the schoolroom it stands, and it points to the time with its two little hands. And may we, like the clock, keep a face clean and bright.
时钟，有一个整洁的小时钟，它矗立在教室里，它用两只小手指向时间，愿我们像时钟一样，保持脸部干净明亮。
With hands ever ready to do what is right. Winter cold and raw the north wind doth blow, bleak in the morning early, All the hills are covered with snow, and winters now come fairly.
双手时刻准备着做正确的事。冬天，北风吹来，寒冷而刺骨。清晨天色昏暗，所有的山丘都被雪覆盖，冬天已经来临了。
Fingers and toes, every lady in this land has 20 nails, upon each hand 5, and 20 on hands and feet. All this is true, without deceit. A seasonable song piping hot, smoking hot.
手指和脚趾，这片土地上的每个女士都有20个指甲，每只手上有5个，手脚上有20个。这一切都是真的，没有欺骗。一首当季歌曲，热气腾腾，冒着热气。
What I've got you have not. Hot gray peas, hot, hot, hot. Hot gray peas, hot. Dame Trot and her cat Dame Trot and her cat led a peaceable life, when they were not troubled with other folks' strife.
我有的你却没有，热灰豌豆，热的，热的，热的，热灰豌豆，热的。特洛特夫人和她的猫，特洛特夫人和她的猫过着平静的生活，当他们不为其他人的纷争所困扰时。
When Dame had her dinner, Pussy would wait, and was sure to receive a nice piece from her plate. 3 children on the ice, 3 children sliding on the ice upon a summer's day as it fell out.
当夫人吃晚饭时，猫咪会等待，并且肯定会从她的盘子里收到一件漂亮的东西。3个孩子在冰上，3个孩子在冰上滑行。夏日的一天，当它掉出来的时候。
They all fell in, the rest they ran away. Oh, had these children been at school, or sliding on dry ground, 10,000 pounds to 1 penny they had not then been drowned.
他们都掉进了，剩下的人都跑掉了哦。这些孩子上学了吗？或者在干燥的地面上滑动？一便是1万英镑，他们当时还没有被淹死。
Ye parents who have children dear, and ye, too, who have none, if you would keep them safe abroad, pray keep them safe at home. Cross patch, draw the latch, sit by the fire and spin.
亲爱的有孩子的父母们，谁没有？如果你想让他们在国外安全，请祈祷让他们在家里安全。交叉补丁，交叉补丁，拉出栓锁，坐在火边旋转。
Take a cup and drink it up, then call your neighbors in. The old woman under a hill, there was an old woman lived under a hill, and if she's not gone, she lives there still.
拿起一杯，一饮而尽，然后叫邻居进来。山下的老妇，有一位老妇住在山下，如果她没有离开，她还住在那里。
Tweedledum and Tweedledee Tweedledum and Tweedledee resolved to have a battle, for Tweedledum said Tweedledee had spoiled his nice new rattle. Just then flew by a monstrous crow.
Tweedledum 和 Tweedledee Tweedledum 和 Tweedledee 决定进行一场战斗。Tweedledum 说 Tweedledee 弄坏了他漂亮的新波浪鼓。就在这时，一只巨大的乌鸦飞过。
As big as a tar barrel, which frightened both the heroes so, they quite forgot their quarrel. Oh dear, 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 what can the matter be? Two old women got up in an apple tree, one came down.
焦油桶那么大，这让两个英雄都害怕了，他们完全忘记了争吵哦。亲爱的，亲爱的，亲爱的，到底是怎么回事？两个老妇人在一棵苹果树上站起来，一颗下来了。
And the others stayed till Saturday. Old Mother Goose, when she wanted to wander, would ride through the air on a very fine gander. Little Jumping Joan, here am I.
另一个留到星期六，老鹅妈妈，老鹅妈妈，当她想要去流浪的时候，会在空中飞翔，非常漂亮。小跳琼，我在这儿。
Little Jumping Joan, when nobody's with me, I'm always alone. Pat a cake, pat a cake, baker's man. So I do, master, as fast as I can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with T.
小跳跃的琼，当没有人陪伴的时候，我总是孤独的。拍一个蛋糕，拍一个蛋糕，拍一个蛋糕。备课的人，所以我这样做，掌握，尽我所能，拍拍它，并刺破它，并用 T 标记。
Put it in the oven for Tommy and me. Money and the mare, lend me thy mare to ride a mile. She is Lamed, leaping over a stile. Alack, and I must keep the fare. I'll give thee money for thy mare. Oh, oh.
把它放进烤箱，给汤米和我。金钱和母马借我你的母马骑1英里。它瘸了，跳过栅栏，缺乏。我必须保持公平。我会给你钱买你的母马哦，哦。
Say you so? Money will make the mare to go. Robin Redbreast, little Robin Redbreast sat upon a tree. Up went Pussy Cat, down went he. Down came Pussy Cat, away Robin ran.
这么说吧，有钱能使鬼推磨。红胸罗宾，小红胸罗宾坐在一棵树上，猫起来了，它倒下了，猫咪倒下了，罗宾跑走了。
Says little Robin Redbreast, catch me if you can. Little Robin Redbreast jumped upon a spade. Pussy Cat jumped after him, and then he was afraid. Little Robin chirped and sang.
小罗宾，红胸说，如果可以的话，来抓我吧。小红胸罗宾跳上铁锹，小猫咪跟着它跳了起来，然后它害怕了。小罗宾叽叽喳喳地唱歌。
And what did Pussy say? Pussycat said, mew, 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 and Robin flew away. A melancholy song trip upon trenchers and dance upon dishes. My mother sent me for some barm.
小猫说了什么？猫咪说喵喵喵喵喵，然后罗宾就飞走了。忧郁的歌曲挖沟机之旅，并在菜肴上跳舞。我妈妈派我去买一些酒吧，一些胸部。
She bid me go lightly, and come again quickly, for fear the young men should do me some harm. Yet didn't you see, what naughty tricks they put upon me?
她叫我轻轻走，并且快点再来，因为担心年轻人会伤害我。然而你没有看到，但你没看到吗？他们对我用了多么顽皮的把戏！
They broke my pitcher and spilt the water, and huffed my mother, and chid her daughter, and kissed my sister instead of me. Jack, Jack, be nimble. Jack, be quick. Jack, jump over the candlestick.
他们打碎了我的水罐，谁洒了？还对我妈妈生气了，还责骂她的女儿，并亲吻了我的妹妹，而不是我杰克。杰克要灵活，杰克快点，杰克跳过烛台。
Going to St. Ives as I was going to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives. Every wife had 7 sacks. Every sack had 7 cats. Every cat had 7 kits. Kits, cats, sacks, and wives.
去圣艾夫斯。当我去圣艾夫斯时，我遇到了一个有7个妻子的男人，每个妻子都有7个麻袋，每个麻袋里有7只猫，每只猫都有7个套件，猫、麻袋和妻子。
How many were going to St. Ives? 30 days hath September, 30 days hath September, April, June, and November. February has 28 alone. All the rest have 31.
有多少人要去圣艾夫斯？9月30天、9月30天、4月、6月和11月，2月独有28，其余的都有31个。
Excepting leap year, that's the time when February's days are 29. Baby dolly, hush. Baby, my dolly, I pray you don't cry, and I'll give you some bread and some milk by and by.
闰年除外，那是2月29号的时候，多利宝宝，嘘，婴儿，我的洋娃娃，我祈祷你别哭，我会给你一些面包和一些牛奶。
Or perhaps you like custard, or maybe a tart. Then to either you're welcome, with all my heart. Bees, a swarm of bees in May is worth a load of hay. A swarm of bees in June is worth a silver spoon.
或者也许你喜欢蛋奶冻，或许鞋楦，那么欢迎您，一心一意，蜜蜂。5月的一群蜜蜂抵得上一担干草，6月一群蜜蜂值金汤匙。
A swarm of bees in July is not worth a fly. Come out to play, girls and boys, come out to play. The moon doth shine as bright as day. Leave your supper and leave your sleep.
7月一大群蜜蜂，连一只飞蝇都比不上。出来玩，女孩和男孩，出来玩。月亮照得像白昼一样明亮。留下你的晚饭，离开你的睡眠。
And come with your playfellows into the street. Come with a whoop, come with a call, come with a goodwill or not at all. Up the ladder and down the wall, a halfpenny roll will serve us all.
和你的玩伴一起来到街上，一声呼喊而来，来电，带着善意而来，或根本不来，爬上梯子，爬下墙，半便试卷就能满足我们所有人的需要。
You find milk, and I'll find flour, and we'll have a pudding in half an hour. If wishes were horses, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. If turnips were watches, I would wear one by my side.
你找到牛奶，我会找到面粉，半小时后我们就会吃到布丁。如果愿望是马，如果愿望是马，乞丐会骑。如果萝卜是手表，我会在身边佩戴一个。
And if ifs and ands were pots and pans, there'd be no work for tinkers. Tio market to market to market to buy a fat pig. Home again, jiggity jig. To market to buy a fat hog.
如果和合适锅碗瓢盆，修补匠没有工作，走向市场，市场买一头肥猪，又到家了，及格，市场买一头肥猪。
Home again, jiggity jog. To market to buy a plum bun. Home again, market is done. Old chairs Tio mend if I'd as much money as I could spend.
又到家了，慢跑，市场买个梅花包。又到家了，市场已经完成，旧椅子需要修理。如果我愿意花尽可能多的钱。
I never would cry old chairs to mend, old chairs to mend, old chairs to mend. I never would cry old chairs to mend. If I'd as much money as I could tell, I never would cry old clothes to sell.
我永远不会哭着去修旧椅子，旧椅子需要修理，我永远不会哭着去修旧椅子。如果我能得到尽可能多的钱，我绝不会哭着把旧衣服卖掉。
Old clothes to sell, old clothes to sell. I never would cry old clothes to sell. Robin and Richard were two pretty men. They lay in bed till the clock struck 10.
旧衣服要卖，我绝不会哭着把旧衣服卖掉。罗宾和理查德是两个漂亮的男人，他们躺在床上，直到时钟敲响10点。
Then up starts Robin and looks at the sky. Oh, Brother Richard, the sun's very high. You go before with the bottle and bag, and I will come after on little Jack Nag.
然后罗宾站了起来，看着天空。哦，理查德兄弟，太阳很高，你先走，连同瓶子和袋子，我会追随小杰克、奈格。
A man and a maid. There was a little man who wooed a little maid, and he said, Little maid, will you wed, wed, wed? I have little more to say, so will you, yeah or nay?
一个男人和一个女仆，有一个小男人，谁追求了一个小女仆？他说：小女仆，你会结婚吗？星期三，星期三，我没什么可说的了，你也一样，是或否？
For least said is soonest mended dead, dead, dead. The little maid replied, Should I be your little bride? Pray what must we have for to eat? Eat, eat?
至少说的是最快修复的第一地，得。小丫鬟回答道：我应该成为你的小新娘吗？祈祷我们必须吃什么？吃。
Will the flame that you're so rich in light a fire in the kitchen? Or the little god of love turn the spit? Spit, spit? Here goes my lord, here goes my lord, a trot, a trot, a trot, a trot.
你所拥有的火焰能在厨房里生火吗？还是小爱神转吐槽？吐，我的主来了，我的主来了！小跑，小跑，小跑，小跑！
Here goes my lady a canter, a canter, a canter, a canter. Here goes my young master jockey hitch, jockey hitch, jockey hitch, jockey hitch. Here goes my young miss an amble, an amble, an amble.
这是我的女士慢跑，慢跑，慢跑，慢跑！我的少爷赛马师来了，赛马栓，赛马栓，赛马栓！我年轻的小姐来了，漫步，漫步，漫步！
An amble. The footman lags behind to tipple ale and wine, and goes gallop, a gallop, a gallop, to make up his time. The clever hen, I had a little hen, the prettiest ever seen.
漫步，男仆落后于喝啤酒和葡萄酒，并驰骋，疾驰，弥补他的时间。聪明的母鸡，我有一只小母鸡，见过的最漂亮的。
She washed me the dishes and kept the house clean. She went to the mill to fetch me some flour. She brought it home in less than an hour. She baked me my bread. She brewed me my ale.
她给我洗碗，并保持房子干净。她去磨坊给我拿一些面粉，不到1个小时，她就把它带回家了。她给我烤了面包，她给我酿了啤酒。
She sat by the fire and told many a fine tale. 2 birds there were, 2 birds sat on a stone. fa, la, lol, duh. One flew away, and then there was one, fa, la, lol, duh. The other bird flew after.
他坐在火边，讲述了许多美好的故事。两只鸟，有两只鸟坐在一块石头上，发，这，拉尔的，一只飞走了，然后有一个发，这，拉尔的，另一只鸟紧随其后飞去。
And then there was none, fa, la, lol, duh. And so the stone was left alone, fa, la, lol, duh. Leg over leg, leg over leg, as the dog went a Dover. When he came to a stile, jump, he went over.
然后就没有了，发，这，拉尔的，于是石头就被留下了，发，这，拉尔的，腿重叠腿，腿重叠腿。当狗去多佛时，当他来到一个台阶前时，跳，他走了过去。
Lucy Locket lost her pocket. Kitty Fisher found it. Nothing in it, but the binding round it. When Jenny Wren was young, 'twas once upon a time.
露西·洛克特丢了口袋，凯蒂·费舍尔找到了它，里面什么也没有，但它周围的装订，当珍妮·雷恩年轻的时候，从前。
When Jenny Wren was young, so daintily she danced and so prettily she sung, Robin Redbreast lost his heart, for he was a gallant bird. So he doffed his hat to Jenny Wren.
珍妮·雷恩年轻时，她跳得那么优美，她唱得那么动听。罗宾·雷德布雷斯特失去了他的心，因为他是一只勇敢的鸟，所以他向珍妮·雷恩脱帽致敬。
Requesting to be heard. Oh, dearest Jenny Wren, if you will but be mine, you shall feed on cherry pie and drink new currant wine. I'll dress you like a goldfinch or any peacock gay, so.
请求听取意见哦，最亲爱的珍妮·雷恩，如果你愿意成为我的人，你应该吃樱桃派，喝新醋栗酒。我会把你打扮得像金翅雀或任何孔雀同性恋，所以。
Dearest Jen, if you'll be mine, let us appoint the day. Jenny blushed behind her fan, and thus declared her mind. Since, dearest Bob, I love you well, I'll take your offer kind.
亲爱的珍，如果你会属于我，让我们指定一天。珍妮在扇子后面脸红了，这样表明了自己的想法。既然，最亲爱的鲍勃，我很爱你，我会接受你的提议。
Cherry pie is very nice, and so is currant wine, but I must wear my plain brown gown and never go too fine. Barber, 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 shave a pig. How many hairs will make a wig? 4 and 20.
樱桃派很好吃，醋栗酒也很好吃，但我必须穿朴素的棕色礼服，而且永远不要穿得太精致。理发师，理发师，理发师，给猪剃毛，一顶假发需要多少根头发？4点和20点。
That's enough. Give the barber a pinch of snuff. The flying pig dickory, dickory, dare. The pig flew up in the air. The man in brown soon brought him down. Dickory, dickory, dare.
够了，给理发师一小撮鼻烟。飞猪迪科里，迪科里，赶！小猪飞到空中了，棕衣人很快就将它打倒了。迪科里，迪科里，赶！
Solomon Grundy, Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, took ill on Thursday, worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday.
所罗门·格伦迪，所罗门·格伦迪，出生于星期一，周二受洗，周三结婚，周四生病了，周五情况更糟，周六去世，周日下葬。
This is the end of Solomon Grundy. Hush-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby bough.
这是所罗门·格伦迪的结局。再见，再见，婴儿。在树顶上，风一吹，摇篮就会摇晃。当树枝折断时，摇篮就会倒下。宝贝将会降临，树枝。
Cradle and all. Bernie B, Bernie B, Bernie B, tell me when your wedding be? If it be tomorrow day, take your wings and fly away.
摇篮和所有，伯尼蜜蜂，伯尼蜜蜂，伯尼蜜蜂，告诉我你的婚礼什么时候举行？如果是明天，带上你的翅膀飞走吧。
Three wise men of Gotham, 3 wise men of Gotham went to sea in a bowl. If the bowl had been stronger, my song had been longer. The hunter of Reigate, a man went a-hunting at Reigate.
歌坛三智者，歌坛三智者，乘着碗出海。如果碗更坚固，我的歌就会更长。赖盖特的猎人，一个男人去赖盖特打猎。
And wished to leap over a high gate. Says the owner, go round, with your gun and your hound, for you never shall leap over my gate.
并想跳过高高的大门，店主说，绕一圈，带着你的枪和你的猎犬，因为你永远不会跳过我的大门。
Little Polly Flinders sat among the cinders, warming her pretty little toes. Her mother came and caught her.
小波利·弗林德斯，小波利·弗林德斯坐在煤渣中间，温暖她漂亮的小脚趾。她妈妈过来抓住了她。
whipped her little daughter for spoiling her nice new clothes. Ride away, ride away, ride away, ride away, Johnny shall ride, and he shall have Pussycat tied to one side.
鞭打他的小女儿，因为她破坏了她漂亮的新衣服，骑行离开，骑走，骑走，骑车离开。约翰尼将骑，他将把小猫绑在一侧。
And he shall have little dog tied to the other, and Johnny shall ride to see his grandmother. Pippin Hill, as I was going up Pippin Hill, Pippin Hill was dirty. There I met a pretty miss.
他将把小狗拴在另一只身上。约翰尼将骑马去看他的祖母皮平山。当我登上皮平山时，皮蓬希尔很脏。在那里，我遇到了一位漂亮的小姐。
And she dropped me a curtsy. Little miss, pretty miss, blessings light upon you. If I had half a crown a day, I'd spend it all upon you. Pussycat and Queen, Pussycat, Pussycat, where have you been?
她向我行了屈膝礼，小小姐，漂亮小姐，祝福之光照耀着你。如果我每天有半克朗，我愿意为你倾尽所有。猫咪与女王，猫咪，小猫，你去哪儿了？
I've been to London to look at the Queen. Pussycat, Pussycat, what did you there? I frightened a little mouse under the chair. The winds Mr. East gave a feast. Mr. North laid the cloth.
我去过伦敦，去看女王。小猫，小猫，你在那里做了什么？我吓到了椅子底下的一只小老鼠。风起东方先生大饱口福，诺斯先生铺好了布。
Mr. West did his best. Mr. South burnt his mouth eating cold potato. Clap handies clap, clap handies, mammies we ein. Clap, clap handies, daddy's comin' hame.
维斯特先生已经尽力了。南方先生吃冷土豆烧伤了嘴，拍手小工具，拍手，大掌声，妈咪的小事，小爱音，拍，大掌声，爸爸要回家了。
Hame till his bonny wee bit laddie. Clap, clap handies, my wee ein. Christmas, Christmas comes but once a year, and when it comes it brings good cheer. Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Elspeth, Betsy.
哈姆直到他那漂亮的小家伙，拍，大掌声，我的小爱因圣诞节，圣诞节一年只有一次。当它到来时，它会带来欢乐。伊丽莎白，伊丽莎白，艾斯佩斯，贝特西。
And Bess, they all went together to seek a bird's nest. They found a bird's nest with 5 eggs in. They all took one and left 4 in. Just like me, I went up 1 pair of stairs. Just like me.
和贝斯，他们都一起去寻找鸟巢。他们发现了一个鸟巢，里面有5个鸟蛋。他们都拿了一张，并留下了4个。就像我一样，我上了一对楼梯，就像我。
I went up 2 pairs of stairs. Just like me. I went into a room. Just like me. I looked out of a window. Just like me. And there I saw a monkey. Just like me. Play days. How many days has my baby to play?
我上了2对楼梯，就像我。我走进一个房间，就像我。我向窗外望去，就像我。在那里，我看到了一只猴子，就像我，玩耍天数。我的宝宝有多少天可以玩耍？
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Hey Ho! The carrion crow. A carrion crow sat on an oak. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do.
周六、星期日、周一、周二、周三、周四、星期五、周六、星期日、周一。栅栏 GH 补充剂。食腐乌鸦。一只食腐乌鸦坐在橡树上，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。
Watching a tailor shape his cloak. Sing hey ho. The carrion crow. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do. Wife. Bring me my old bent bow. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do.
观看裁缝制作他的斗篷，唱高歌，食腐乌鸦，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。妻子，把我的旧弯弓拿来，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。
That I may shoot yon carrion crow. Sing hey ho. The carrion crow. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do. The tailor he shot, and missed his mark. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do.
我可以射杀腐肉乌鸦，唱高歌，食腐乌鸦，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。他射杀的裁缝，并错过了他的目标，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。
And shot his own sow quite through the heart. Sing hey ho. The carrion crow. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do. Wife. Bring brandy in a spoon. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do.
并射穿了自己的母猪的心脏，唱高歌，食腐乌鸦，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。妻子，将白兰地放入勺子中，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。
For our old sow is in a swoon. Sing hey ho. The carrion crow. Fall de riddle. LOL de riddle. Hiding do. ABC great A, little a, found sing B. The cat's in the cupboard and can't see me.
因为我们的老母猪已经昏厥了，唱高歌，食腐乌鸦，完成谜语。哈哈，谜语。嗨叮嘟。ABC 大 A 小 A 弹跳 B 猫在柜子里，并且看不到我。
A needle and thread. Old Mother Twitchit had but one eye, and a long tail which she let fly, and every time she went through a gap, a bit of her tail she left in a trap.
一根针和一根线，老母亲特威切特只有一只眼睛，还有她放飞的长尾巴。每当她走过一个缺口，她把尾巴的一部分留在了陷阱里。
Banbury Cross ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross to see an old lady upon a white horse. Rings on her fingers and bells on her toes, she shall have music wherever she goes.
班伯里十字 Banbury Cross 骑公鸡马前往班伯里十字 Banbury Cross， 看见一位骑着白马的老太太，她手指上的戒指和她脚趾上的铃铛，无论她走到哪里都会有音乐。
The man in our town, there was a man in our town, and he was wondrous wise. He jumped into a bramble bush, and scratched out both his eyes, but when he saw his eyes were out.
我们镇上的那个人，我们镇上有一个人，他非常聪明，他跳进了荆棘丛，并挖出了他的双眼，但当他看到他的眼睛时，
With all his might and main, he jumped into another bush, and scratched Emin again. Georgy Porgy Georgy Porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry.
竭尽全力，他跳进了另一个灌木丛，然后又把他们抓进去。乔治、波吉、乔治、波吉，布丁和馅饼亲吻了女孩们，让她们哭了。
When the boys came out to play, Georgy Porgy ran away. For every evil under the sun, there is a remedy or there is none. If there be one, seek till you find it, if there be none.
当孩子们出来玩的时候，乔治、波吉逃跑了。对于每一种邪恶，对于日光之下的每一种邪恶，要么有补救办法，要么没有补救办法。如果有一个，寻找直到找到为止；如果没有的话，
Never mind it. Cushy cow, Bonnie, let down thy milk, and I will give thee a gown of silk and a silver tea, if thou wilt let down thy milk to me.
没关系，轻松牛，邦尼，放下你的奶，我会给你一件丝绸礼服和银色 T 恤，如果你愿意把你的牛奶交给我。
Wee Willie Winky runs through the town, upstairs and downstairs, in his nightgown. Rapping at the window, crying through the lock, are the children in their beds?
小威力，温基，小威力，温基跑过小镇，楼上楼下，穿着睡衣，敲打窗户，隔着锁哭。孩子们在床上吗？
Now it's 8 o'clock. About the bush, Willie. About the beehive, about the bush, Willie, I'll meet thee alive. See-saw, Marjorie Daw, sold her bed and lay upon straw.
现在已经8点了。关于灌木丛，关于灌木丛，威力，关于风箱，关于灌木丛，威力，我会活着遇见你。参见句，参见句，玛格丽道，卖掉她的床，躺在稻草上。
Robin a bobbin, Robin a bobbin, bent his bow, shot at a pigeon, and killed a crow. John Smith is John Smith within? Yes, that he is. Can he set a shoe? Aye, marry too. Here a nail, there a nail, tick, tack.
罗宾，阿伯宾，罗宾，阿伯宾弯曲了他的弓，射杀一只鸽子，并杀死了一只乌鸦。约翰，史密斯，约翰，史密斯在里面吗？是的，他可以放鞋吗？哦，结婚。2，这里有一个钉子，有一个钉子，打勾，定。
2. Simple Simon met a pieman, going to the fair. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, let me taste your ware. Says the pieman to Simple Simon, show me first your penny.
也，简单的西蒙，简单的西蒙遇到了一个馅饼人，去展会。简单的西蒙对馅饼人说，让我尝尝你的东西。馅饼师傅对简单的西蒙说道，先给我看看你的1分钱。
Says Simple Simon to the pieman, indeed, I have not any. Simple Simon went a-fishing for to catch a whale. All the water he could find was in his mother's pail.
简单的西蒙对馅饼人说，的确，我没有任何。简单的西蒙去钓鱼去抓鲸鱼，他能找到的所有水都在他母亲的桶里。
Simple Simon went to look if plums grew on a thistle. He pricked his fingers very much, which made poor Simon whistle. He went to catch a dicky bird, and thought he could not fail.
简单的西蒙去看了看李子是否长在茎上，他的手指被扎得很厉害，这让可怜的西蒙吹起了口哨。他去捉一只小鸟，并认为他不能失败。
Because he had a little salt to put upon its tail. He went for water with a sieve, but soon it ran all through, and now poor Simple Simon bids you all adieu. 3 blind mice, 3 blind mice.
因为他有一点点盐放在他的尾巴上，他用筛子去取水，但很快就全部跑完了。现在可怜的简单西蒙向你们告别。3只失明的老鼠，3只失明的老鼠。
See how they run. They all ran after the farmer's wife, who cut off their tails with a carving knife. Did you ever see such a thing in your life as 3 blind mice?
看看他们如何奔跑，他们都追赶农夫的妻子，谁用切肉刀砍掉了他们的尾巴？你一生中见过这样的事吗？3只瞎眼的老鼠。
5 toes this little pig went to market. This little pig stayed at home. This little pig had roast beef. This little pig had none. This little pig said, wee wee. I can't find my way home.
五指这只小猪去市场了，这只小猪待在家里，这只小猪吃了烤牛肉，这只小猪没有。这头小猪说：“喂，小，我找不到回家的路。”
A little man there was a little man, and he had a little gun, and his bullets were made of lead. Lead, lead. He went to the brook, and saw a little duck, and shot it right through the head, head, head.
一个小男人，从前有一个小男人，他有一把小枪，他的子弹是铅做的。带领，带领，他走到小溪边，并看到了一只小鸭子，并直接射穿了头部，头。
He carried it home to his old wife Joan, and bade her a fire to make. To roast the little duck he had shot in the brook, and he'd go and fetch the drake.
他把它带回家，交给他的老妻琼，并吩咐他生火、制作，去烤他在小溪里射杀的小鸭子。他会去把小鸭子带回来。德雷克。
The drake was a-swimming with his curly tail. The little man made it his mark. He let off his gun, but he fired too soon, and the drake flew away with a quack.
公鸭正用它卷曲的尾巴游泳，这个小个子留下了它的印记，标记。他放下了枪，但他开枪太早了，公鸭嘎嘎叫着飞走了，嘎嘎。
Dr. Foster went to Gloucester. In a shower of rain, he stepped in a puddle, up to his middle, and never went there again. Diddle diddle dumpling, diddle diddle dumpling.
福斯特医生去了格洛斯特，在一场倾盆大雨中，他踩进了水坑，直到它的中间，然后再也没有去过那里。迪德尔饺子。
My son John went to bed with his breeches on, one stocking off and one stocking on. Diddle diddle dumpling, my son John. Jerry Hall, he was so small, a rat could eat him, hat and all.
我儿子约翰穿着马裤睡觉，脱掉一只袜子和一只袜子，滴饺子。我的儿子约翰杰瑞，霍尔，他那么小，老鼠可以吃掉它，帽子和所有。
Lengthening days, as the days grow longer, the storms grow stronger. The black hen pickety, my black hen, she lays eggs for gentlemen.
白天变长，随着白天变长，风暴变得更强。黑母鸡吸基地，挑剔，我的黑母鸡，它为绅士们下蛋。
Gentlemen come every day to see what my black hen doth lay. The mist day hill full, a hole full, yet you cannot catch a bowl full. A candle little nanny etticoat in a white petticoat.
先生们每天都来看看我的黑母鸡下了什么蛋，迷雾满山，一个洞满了，然而你却无法接满一碗。A candle 小保姆礼服，穿着白色衬裙。
And a red nose. The longer she stands, the shorter she grows. Miss Muffet, little Miss Muffet, sat on a tuffet, eating of curds and whey. There came a big spider, and sat down beside her.
还有红鼻子，她站得越久，她就越矮。Miss Muffet 小小姐马菲特坐在塔夫特上，吃凝乳和乳清。来了一只大蜘蛛，并在她身边坐下。
And frightened Miss Muffet away. Curly locks, curly locks, curly locks, wilt thou be mine? Thou shalt not wash the dishes, nor yet feed the swine, but sit on a cushion.
还把马菲特小姐吓跑了。卷发所，卷发所，卷发，你愿意属于我吗？你不许洗碗，还没有喂猪，但坐在垫子上。
And sew a fine seam and feed upon strawberries, sugar, and cream. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses.
缝一条细缝，并以草莓为食，糖和奶油。矮胖子，矮胖子坐在墙上，矮胖子摔得很厉害。所有国王的马匹。
And all the king's men cannot put Humpty Dumpty together again. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I let it go again.
国王的所有手下都无法再把矮胖子组合在一起。1、2、3、1、2、3、4、5。有一次我钓到一条活鱼，6、7、8、9、10，但我又放手了。
Why did you let it go? Because it bit my finger so. Which finger did it bite? The little one upon the right. The dove and the wren, the dove says, coo, coo, what shall I do? I can scarce maintain two.
你为何放手？因为它咬了我的手指，所以哪根手指被咬了？右边那个小一点的。鸽子和鹪鹩鸽子咕咕叫，咕咕，我该怎么办？我几乎无法维持2个。
Pooh, pooh, says the wren, I've got 10, and keep them all like gentlemen. Master I have, and I am his man. Gallop a dreary dun. Master I have, and I am his man.
呸呸，鹪鹩说，我有10个，让他们都像绅士一样。主人我有，主人我有，我是他的男人。驰骋沉闷的沙丘，师傅我有，我是他的男人。
And I'll get a wife as fast as I can, with a Heidi gaily gambrily, higgledy-piggledy, niggledy, niggledy, gallop a dreary dun. Pinsy a pin and pick it up, all the day you'll have good luck.
我会尽快娶个老婆，带着高高的欢快的风度，杂乱的小猪，琐事，琐事，驰骋沉闷的沙丘。Pins 查看图钉，并将其拾取，一整天都会有好运。
See a pin and let it lay. Bad luck you'll have all the day. Shall we go a-shearing? Old woman, shall we go a-shearing? Speak a little louder, sir, I am very thick of hearing. Old woman.
看到一个别针并将其放置，运气不好，你会整天。我们去剪羊毛吗？老妇人，老妇人，我们去剪羊毛吗？大声一点，先生，我听力很厚。老妇人。
Old woman, shall I kiss you dearly? Thank you, kind sir, I hear you very clearly. Goosey, goosey, gander goosey, goosey, gander, whither dost thou wander?
老妇人，我可以深深地吻你吗？谢谢，善良的先生，我听得很清楚。古稀，鹅，甘得古稀，鹅，甘得，你流浪到哪里？
Upstairs and downstairs and in my lady's chamber. There I met an old man who wouldn't say his prayers. I took him by the left leg and threw him down the stairs.
楼上楼下还有我女士的卧室，在那里我遇到了一位不肯祈祷的老人，我抓住他的左腿，并把他扔下了楼梯。
Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to give her poor dog a bone, but when she got there the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none.
老哈伯德妈妈去了橱柜，给她可怜的狗一根骨头，但当她到达那里时，柜子里空空如也，所以这只可怜的狗什么也没有。
She went to the baker's to buy him some bread. When she came back the dog was dead. She went to the undertaker's to buy him a coffin. When she got back the dog was laughing.
她去面包店给他买一些面包，当他回来时，狗已经死了。她去殡仪馆给他买一口棺材，当他回来时，狗在笑。
She took a clean dish to get him some tripe. When she came back, he was smoking a pipe. She went to the alehouse to get him some beer. When she came back, the dog sat in a chair.
她拿了一个干净的盘子，给他拿一些牛肚。当他回来时，他正在抽烟斗。她去啤酒屋给他买点啤酒。当他回来时，狗坐在椅子上。
She went to the tavern for white wine and red. When she came back, the dog stood on his head. She went to the hatter's to buy him a hat. When she came back, he was feeding the cat.
她去小酒馆喝白葡萄酒，和 和红葡萄酒。当他回来时，狗倒立在他的头上。他去帽子店给他买了一顶帽子。当他回来时，他正在喂猫。
She went to the barber's to buy him a wig. When she came back, he was dancing a jig. She went to the fruiterer's to buy him some fruit. When she came back, he was playing the flute.
他去理发店给他买假发。当他回来时，他正在跳吉格舞。他去水果店给他买一些水果。当他回来时，他正在吹笛子。
She went to the tailor's to buy him a coat. When she came back, he was riding a goat. She went to the cobbler's to buy him some shoes. When she came back, he was reading the news.
他去裁缝店给他买一件外套。当他回来时，他正骑着山羊。他去鞋匠店给他买双鞋。当他回来时，他正在看新闻。
She went to the sempster's to buy him some linen. When she came back, the dog was a-spinning. She went to the hosier's to buy him some hose. When she came back, he was dressed in his clothes.
他去森普斯特家给他买一些亚麻布。当他回来时，狗正在旋转。他去袜商那里给他买一些软管。当他回来的时候，他已经穿上了他的衣服。
The dame made a curtsy. The dog made a bow. The dame said, "Your servant." The dog said, "Bow wow." The cock and the hen cock, 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 cock. I've laid an egg. Am I to gang barefoot? Hen, 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 hen.
女士行了屈膝礼，狗做了一个鞠躬。那位女士说：“你的仆人。”狗说：“鞠躬哇。”公鸡和母鸡公鸡，公鸡，公鸡，公鸡，我下了一个蛋，我是要刚巴嘟角吗？很，很，很，很。
I've been up and down to every shop in town, and cannot find a shoe to fit your foot. If I'd crow my heart out. Bluebell boy, I had a little boy, and called him Bluebell, gave him a little work.
我走遍了镇上的每一家商店，却找不到适合你脚的鞋。如果我愿意大声说出我的艺术，兰陵男孩，我有一个小男孩，并称他为兰陵，给了他一点工作。
He did it very well. I bade him go upstairs to bring me a gold pin. In coal scuttle fell he, up to his little chin. He went to the garden to pick a little sage. He tumbled on his nose.
他做得很好，我叫他上楼，给我带一枚金别针。他掉进煤斗里，一直到他的小下巴。他去花园摘一棵小鼠尾草，他鼻子摔倒了。
And fell into a rage. He went to the cellar to draw a little beer, and quickly did return to say there was none there. Why may not I love Johnny? Johnny shall have a new bonnet.
并陷入愤怒之中，他去地窖取一点啤酒，很快就回来了，说那里没有。为什么我不能爱约翰尼？ 约翰尼将有一顶新帽子。
And Johnny shall go to the fair, and Johnny shall have a blue ribbon to tie up his bonny brown hair. And why may not I love Johnny? And why may not Johnny love me?
约翰尼将去集市，约翰尼将有一条蓝色丝带来绑住他漂亮的棕色头发。为什么我不爱约翰尼？为什么约翰尼不爱我
？And why may not I love Johnny as well as another body? And here's a leg for a stocking, and here's a foot for a shoe, and he has a kiss for his daddy, and two for his mammy, I trow.
为什么我不爱约翰尼以及另一个身体？这是穿袜子的腿，这是一只脚换了一只鞋。他还亲吻了他的爸爸，还有2个给他的妈妈。我吐槽。
And why may not I love Johnny? And why may not Johnny love me? And why may not I love Johnny as well as another body? Jack JLF Little Jack Jelf was put on the shelf because he could not spell.
为什么我不爱约翰尼？为什么约翰尼不爱我？为什么我不爱约翰尼以及另一个身体？ Jack JLF 小杰克杰尔夫被束之高阁，因为他不会拼写。
Pie, when his aunt, Mrs. Grace, saw his sorrowful face, she could not help saying, "Oh, fie." And since Master Jelf was put on the shelf because he could not spell pie, let him stand there so grim.
当他的姨妈格蕾斯夫人看到他悲伤的脸，她忍不住说道：“哦，或者……”自从杰尔夫大师被搁置在架子上，因为他不会拼写馅饼，让他如此冷酷地站在那里。
And no more about him, for I wish him a very goodbye. Jack Sprat could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean, and so, betwixt them both, they licked the platter clean.
不再有关于他的事了，因为我祝他再见，杰克斯普拉特。杰克斯普拉特可以不吃脂肪，他的妻子不能吃瘦肉，所以他们俩之间，他们把盘子舔干净了。
Hushaby, baby, daddy is near, mama is a lady, and that's very clear. Daffodil's Daffy Down Dilly has come to town in a yellow petticoat and a green gown.
嘘，再见，嘘，再见，婴儿，爸爸就在附近，妈妈是一位女士，这非常清楚。水仙花，穿着黄色衬裙和绿色长袍的达菲羽绒迪丽来到了小镇。
The girl in the lane, that couldn't speak plain, cried, "Gobble, gobble, gobble." The man on the hill that couldn't stand still, went hobble, hobble, hobble. Hushaby.
巷子里的女孩，巷子里的女孩，不能说清楚，哭了。狼吞虎咽，狼吞虎咽， 狼吞虎咽，山上站不住的人，蹒跚而行，蹒跚须，再见，须，再见。
Baby, lie still with thy daddy. Thy mammy has gone to the mill to get some meal to bake a cake. So pray, my dear baby, lie still.
婴儿，和你爸爸一起静静地躺着，你妈妈去磨坊了，去吃点饭烤蛋糕，所以祈祷。我亲爱的宝贝，躺着不动。
Nancy Dawson was so fine she wouldn't get up to serve the swine. She lies in bed till 8 or 9. So it's oh, poor Nancy Dawson. And do you ken Nancy Dawson, honey?
Nancy Dawson 南希，道森，太好了，她不会起身为猪服务，她在床上躺到8、9点，所以是哦，可怜的南希，道森，你肯吗？南希，道森，蜂蜜。
The wife who sells the barley honey? She won't get up to feed her swine. And do you ken Nancy Dawson, honey? Handy pandy, Jack a dandy, loves plum cake and sugar candy.
卖大麦的老婆，蜂蜜，她不会起身去喂她的猪，你肯吗？南希，道森，蜂蜜。Handy Pandy 手持熊猫，杰克是个花花公子，喜欢梅子蛋糕和冰糖。
He bought some at a grocer's shop, and out he came, hop, hop, hop. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown.
他在杂货店买了一些，他出来了，跳，跳，跳。杰克和吉尔上山了，去取一桶水。杰克摔倒了，并打破了他的王冠。
And Jill came tumbling after. Then up Jack got and off did trot as fast as he could caper to old Dame Dob, who patched his knob with vinegar and brown paper. The alphabet A, B, C, and D, pray.
吉尔摔倒了，然后杰克起身小跑，他能以最快的速度跳跃，致老夫人多步。谁用醋和牛皮纸修补了他的诺伯？字母 A、E、C 和 D， 祈祷。
Playmates agree. E, F, and G, well, so it shall be. J, K, and L, in peace we will dwell. M, N, and O, to play let us go. P, Q, R, and S, love may we possess. W, X, and Y, will not quarrel or die. Z, and ampersand.
玩伴，同意，和 F 和 G 出色的，所以应该是 J、K 和我们将安居乐业。中号，蛋和 O 去玩，让我们走邻。问 U 和 S 爱我们可以拥有在 X 和 Y 不会吵架也不会死。和语符号。
Go to school at command. Dance to your daddy, dance to your daddy, my bonny laddie. Dance to your daddy, my bonny lamb. You shall get a fishy, on a little dishy. You shall get a fishy.
听指挥去学校，为你的爸爸跳舞，为你的爸爸跳舞，我的邦尼小伙子，给你爸爸跳舞，我的邦尼小羊，你会得到一个鱼腥味，有点菜，你会得到一个鱼腥味。
When the boat comes home. One misty moisty morning, one misty moisty morning, when cloudy was the weather, I chanced to meet an old man, clothed all in leather.
当船回家时，一个雾蒙蒙潮湿的早晨，一个雾蒙蒙潮湿的早晨，当天气多云时，我偶然遇见一位老人，全身都穿着皮革。
He began to compliment and I began to grin. How do you do? And how do you do? And how do you do again? Robin Hood and Little John Robin Hood. Robin Hood is in the mickle wood. Little John.
他开始恭维我，开始笑，你好吗？你怎么做？你又该怎么办？罗宾汉和小约翰，罗宾汉，罗宾汉是在密克林里，小约翰。
Little John, he to the town is gone. Robin Hood, Robin Hood, telling his beads, all in the greenwood among the green weeds. Little John, if he comes no more, Robin Hood, Robin Hood.
小约翰，他到镇上去了。罗宾汉，罗宾汉，告诉他的珠子，一切都在绿林之中，在绿色的杂草之中。小约翰，小约翰，如果他不再来，罗宾汉，罗宾汉。
We shall fret full sore. Rain, 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 go to Spain and never come back again. The old woman from France, there came an old woman from France who taught grown-up children to dance.
我们会烦恼满痛，雨，去西班牙，并且永远不会再回来。来自法国的老妇，有一位来自法国的老妇，她教成年的孩子们跳舞。
But they were so stiff, she sent them home in a sniff, this sprightly old woman from France. Teeth and gums, 30 white horses upon a red hill, now they tramp, now they champ.
但他们却如此僵硬，他嗤之以鼻地送他们回家。这位来自法国的活泼老妇，牙齿和牙龈，红山上的30匹白马，现在他们流浪，现在他们赢得了冠军。
Now they stand still. The robins, a robin and a robin's son once went to town to buy a bun. They couldn't decide on plum or plain, and so they went back home again.
现在他们站着不动。知更鸟，一只知更鸟和知更鸟的儿子，有一次进城去买一个小面包，他们无法决定是李子还是原味，于是他们又回家了。
The old man, there was an old man in a velvet coat. He kissed a maid and gave her a groat. The groat it was cracked and would not go. Old man, do you serve me so?
老人，有一个穿着天鹅绒外套的老人，他亲吻了一个女仆，并给了她一枚硬币。那块石头已经裂开，并且不会消失。啊，老人，你这样为我服务吗？
T'other little tune, I won't be my father's Jack, I won't be my father's Jill, I will be the fiddler wife, and have music when I will. T'other little tune, prithee, love.
T'other little tune， 我不会成为我父亲的杰克，我不会成为我父亲的吉尔，我将成为小提琴手的妻子。当我愿意的时候听音乐，另一首小曲子，另一首小曲子，地球，爱。
Play me t'other little tune. My kitten, hey, my kitten, and hey, my kitten, my dearie. Such a sweet pet as this was neither far nor neary.
给我弹一首小曲子，我的小猫黑，我的小猫，我的小猫，还有黑，我的小猫，我亲爱的，这么可爱的宠物，不远不近。
If all the seas were one essay, if all the seas were one sea, what a great sea that would be. And if all the trees were one tree, what a great tree that would be. And if all the axes were one axe.
如果所有的海洋都是一海，如果所有的海洋都是一海，那将是多么伟大的大海呀！如果所有的树都是一棵树，那将是一棵多么伟大的树啊！如果所有的轴都是一把斧头。
What a great axe that would be. And if all the men were one man, what a great man he would be. And if the great man took the great axe and cut down the great tree and let it fall into the great sea.
那将是一把多么伟大的斧头啊！如果所有的男人都是一个男人，他会是一个多么伟大的人！如果伟人拿起了大斧头，并砍倒那棵大树，并让它坠入大海。
What a splish splash that would be. Pancake day great, a little a, this is pancake day. Toss the ball high, throw the ball low. Those that come after may sing hey ho.
那会是多么溅起的水花呀！煎饼日，很棒的 A， 小 A， 今天是煎饼日，把球高高抛起，将球投低。5月之后的人们会唱高歌。
A plum pudding flower of England, fruit of Spain, met together in a shower of rain, put in a bag tied round with a string. If you'll tell me this riddle, I'll give you a ring. Forehead, eyes, cheeks.
英国李子布丁粉，西班牙的水果，一场雨中相聚，放进袋子里，用绳子绑起来。如果你告诉我这个谜语，我会给你一个戒指、前额、眼睛、脸颊。
Nose, mouth, and chin. Here sits the Lord Mayor. Here sit his 2 men. Here sits the cock. Here sits the hen. Here sit the little chickens. Here they run in. Chin chopper, chin chopper.
鼻子、嘴和亲，市长大人坐在这里，这里坐着他的2个人，公鸡坐在这里，母鸡坐在这里，小鸡们坐在这里，它们在这里奔跑，下巴砍刀，下巴砍刀。
Chin chopper, chin. 2 pigeons. I had 2 pigeons bright and gay. They flew for me the other day. What was the reason they did go? I cannot tell, for I do not know.
下巴砍刀，下巴，2只鸽子，我有2只聪明又快乐的鸽子。前几天，它们从我身边飞走了。它们去的原因是什么？我不能说，因为我不知道。
A sure test if you are to be a gentleman, as I suppose you'll be, you'll neither laugh nor smile, for a tickling of the knee. Lock and key. I am a gold lock. I am a gold key. I am a silver lock.
如果你想成为一名绅士，这是一次必然的考验。正如我想的那样，你既不会笑，也不会微笑。为了膝盖发痒，锁和钥匙，我是一把金锁。我是一把金钥匙。我是银锁。
I am a silver key. I am a brass lock. I am a brass key. I am a lead lock. I am a lead key. I am a dawn lock. I am a dawn key. The lion and the unicorn. The lion and the unicorn were fighting for the crown.
我是一把银钥匙。我是一把铜锁。我是一把黄铜钥匙。我是铅锁。我是主剑。我是唐锁。我是一头驴。狮子和独角兽，狮子和独角兽正在争夺王冠。
The lion beat the unicorn all around the town. Some gave them white bread, and some gave them brown. Some gave them plum cake and sent them out of town.
狮子在镇上打败了独角兽，有些人给他们白面包，有些人给了他们棕色，有些人给了他们梅子蛋糕，并把他们送出城。
The merchants of London, hey diddle dinkety poppity pat. The merchants of London, they wear scarlet, silk in the collar and gold in the hem. So merrily march the merchantmen.
伦敦商人，黑片小宝贝宠物。伦敦的商人，他们穿着猩红色的衣服，领子有丝绸，下摆有金色。商人们如此快乐地行进。
I had a little husband, I had a little husband no bigger than my thumb. I put him in a pint pot, and there I bid him drum. I bought a little handkerchief to wipe his little nose.
我有一个小丈夫，我有一个比我拇指还大的小丈夫，我把它放进一个品托壶里，我在那里叫他打鼓，我买了块小手帕给他擦小鼻子。
And a pair of little garters to tie his little hose. To Babylon, how many miles is it to Babylon? 80 miles and 10. Can I get there by candlelight? Yes, and back again.
还有一对小吊袜带来系他的小软管。巴比伦道：巴比伦有多少公里？30英里又10英里。我可以乘烛光到达那里吗？是的，然后再回来。
If your heels are nimble and light, you may get there by candlelight. I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you a story about Jack and Nori. And now my story's begun.
如果你的脚后跟灵活且轻盈，你可以通过烛光到达那里。我给你讲一个故事。我给你讲一个故事，关于杰克、诺里。现在我的故事开始了。
I'll tell you another about his brother. And now my story is done. A strange old woman. There was an old woman, and what do you think? She lived upon nothing but victuals and drink.
我会告诉你另一个关于他兄弟的事。现在我的故事结束了。一个奇怪的老妇人，有一个老妇人，你觉得怎么样？她只靠食物和饮料为生。
Victuals and drink were the chief of her diet, and yet this old woman could never be quiet. Sleep, baby, sleep, sleep, baby, sleep. Our cottage vale is deep. The little lamb is on the green.
食物和饮料是她饮食的主要部分，然而这个老妇人却永远无法安静。睡觉，婴儿，睡觉，睡觉。婴儿，睡觉。我们的小屋山谷很深，小羊羔在绿色上。
With woolly fleece so soft and clean sleep, baby sleep. Sleep, baby, sleep, down where the woodbines creep. Be always like the lamb, so mild, a kind and sweet and gentle child. Sleep, baby, sleep.
羊毛如此柔软干净睡眠，婴儿，睡觉，睡觉，婴儿，睡觉。沿着木茎爬行的地方，永远像羔羊一样温柔，一种甜美和温柔的孩子。睡觉，婴儿，睡觉。
Cry, baby, cry, baby, cry. Put your finger in your eye and tell your mother it wasn't I. Ba, ba, black sheep, ba, ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? Yes, Mary, have I. 3 bags full, 1 for my master.
哭，婴儿哭，哭，婴儿哭声，婴儿哭。将手指放入眼睛中，并告诉你妈妈那不是我。baa baa 黑羊咩？是的。害群之马，你有羊毛吗？是的。结婚，我有没有？满满3袋，一份给我的主人。
1 for my dame, but none for the little boy who cries in the lane. Little Fred, when little Fred went to bed, he always said his prayers. He kissed Mama and then Papa.
一件送给我的夫人，但没有为那个在巷子里哭泣的小男孩，小弗雷德。 当小弗雷德上床睡觉时，他总是说出他的祈祷。他吻了妈妈，然后爸爸。
And straightway went upstairs. The cat and the fiddle, hey diddle, diddle. The cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport.
然后就直接上楼了。猫和小提琴，嘿，诈骗，诈骗！猫和小提琴，牛跳过了月亮。小狗看到这样的运动笑了。
And the dish ran away with the spoon. Dr. Fell, I do not like thee, Dr. Fell. The reason why I cannot tell, but this I know, and know full well, I do not like thee, Dr. Fell.
然后菜和勺子一起跑了，医生摔倒了。我不喜欢你，菲尔博士。我无法说出的原因，但这我知道，并充分了解。我不喜欢你，菲尔博士。
A counting out rhyme hickory, dickory, 6 and 7, allabone, crackabone, 10 and 11, spin, spun, muscadine, twiddle twaddle 21. Jack and his fiddle, Jackie, come and give me thy fiddle.
技术押韵 hickory 狡辩6和7鲍鱼克拉克伯恩10和11旋转仿成的与麝香摆弄它们胡言乱语21杰克和他的小提琴 Jackie 过来把你的小提琴给我。
If ever thou mean to thrive, nay, I'll not give my fiddle to any man alive. If I should give my fiddle, they'll think that I've gone mad, for many a joyous day my fiddle and I have had.
如果你想茁壮成长，现在我不会把我的小提琴给任何活着的人。如果我应该把我的小提琴，他们会认为我疯了。我和我的小提琴度过了许多快乐的日子。
Buttons, buttons, a farthing a pair. Come, who will buy them of me? They're round and sound and pretty, and fit for girls of the city. Come, who will buy them of me? Buttons, a farthing a pair.
按钮，按钮，1文钱一对，来，谁会从我这里购买它们？它们又圆又健康又漂亮，也很适合都市女孩来，谁会从我这里购买它们？纽扣，1文钱一对。
Hot-boiled beans, ladies and gentlemen, come to supper. Hot-boiled beans and very good butter. Little pussy, I like little pussy. Her coat is so warm, and if I don't hurt her, she'll do me no harm.
热煮豆，女士们、先生们来吃晚饭。热煮豆和非常好的黄油。小猫咪，我喜欢小猫咪，它的外套好温暖。如果我不伤害它，它也不会伤害我。
So I'll not pull her tail, nor drive her away, but pussy and I very gently will play. Sing a song of sixpence, sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye.
所以我不会拉它的尾巴， 也不赶它走，但我和小猫会非常温柔地玩耍，唱一首六便士之歌，唱一首六便士之歌，口袋里装满黑麦。
420 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Was not that a dainty dish to set before the king? The king was in his counting house.
4只和20只乌冬放在馅饼里烤，当馅饼打开时，鸟儿开始歌唱。摆在国王面前的不是一道美味佳肴吗？国王在他的帐房里。
Counting out his money, the queen was in the parlor, eating bread and honey. The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, when down came a blackbird and snapped off her nose.
数着他的钱，女王在客厅里吃面包和蜂蜜，女仆在花园里把衣服挂起来。当一只黑鸟下来时，折断了她的鼻子。
Tommy Tittlemouse, little Tommy Tittlemouse, lived in a little house. He caught fishes in other men's ditches. The Derby ram, as I was going to Derby, all on a market day, I met the finest ram.
Tommy Tittlemouse 小汤米小老鼠住在一所小房子里，他在别人的沟渠里抓鱼，德比公羊。当我在集市日前往德比时，我遇到了最好的公羊。
Sir, that ever was fed upon hay, upon hay, upon hay, upon hay. I met the finest ram, sir, that ever was fed upon hay. This ram was fat behind, sir, this ram was fat before, this ram was 10 yards round.
先生，曾经以甘草为食的，起来了，起来了，起来了。我遇到了最好的公羊，先生，曾经以甘草为食的，这只公羊后面很胖，先生，这只公羊以前很胖，这只公羊有10马元。
Sir, indeed, he was no more, no more, no more, no more. This ram was 10 yards round. Sir, indeed, he was no more. The horns that grew on his head, sir, they were so wondrous high.
先生，的确，他已经不复存在了，不在，不在，不在。这只公羊有10马元，先生，的确，他已经不复存在了。头上长出的角，先生，它们是如此奇妙的高。
As I've been plainly told, sir, they reached up to the sky. The sky, the sky, the sky. As I've been plainly told, sir, they reached up to the sky. The tail that grew from his back, sir.
正如我已被明确告知的，先生，他们伸向天空，天空，天空，天空。正如我已被明确告知的，先生，他们伸向天空，从他背上长出来的尾巴，先生。
Was 6 yards and an ell, And it was sent to Derby to toll the market bell. The bell, the bell, the bell, and it was sent to Derby to toll the market bell. The hobby horse, I had a little hobby horse.
是6马1英里，它被送往德比，敲响市场钟声，钟声，钟声，钟声。它被送往德比，敲响市场钟声。爱好马，我有一匹小爱好马。
And it was dapple gray. Its head was made of pea straw. Its tail was made of hay. I sold it to an old woman for a copper groat, and I'll not sing my song again without another coat.
它是斑纹灰色的，它的头是用豌豆杆做的，它的尾巴是干草做的。我把它卖给了一个老妇人，换了一个铜币。如果没有另一件外套，我不会再唱我的歌。
The mulberry bush, here we go round the mulberry bush. The mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry bush. On a cold and frosty morning. This is the way we wash our hands.
桑树丛，我们绕着桑树丛走一圈。桑树丛，桑树丛，我们在这里绕桑树丛转一圈。在一个寒冷结霜的早晨，这就是我们洗手的方式。
Wash our hands, wash our hands. This is the way we wash our hands on a cold and frosty morning. This is the way we wash our clothes. Wash our clothes, wash our clothes.
洗手，洗手，这就是我们洗手的方式。在一个寒冷结霜的早晨，这就是我们洗衣服的方式。洗我们的衣服，洗我们的衣服。
This is the way we wash our clothes on a cold and frosty morning. This is the way we go to school, go to school, go to school. This is the way we go to school on a cold and frosty morning.
这就是我们洗衣服的方式，在一个寒冷结霜的早晨，这就是我们上学的路，上学，上学，这就是我们上学的路，在一个寒冷结霜的早晨。
This is the way we come out of school, come out of school, come out of school. This is the way we come out of school on a cold and frosty morning.
这就是我们走出学校的方式，从学校出来，放学。这就是我们走出学校的方式，在一个寒冷结霜的早晨。
Young lambs to sell if I'd as much money as I could tell. I never would cry young lambs to sell. Young lambs to sell. Young lambs to sell. I never would cry young lambs to sell.
出售小羔羊，如果我能得到尽可能多的钱，我绝不会哭着卖掉小羔羊。待售的小羔羊，待售的小羔羊，我绝不会哭着卖掉小羔羊。
Boy and the sparrow, a little cock sparrow sat on a green tree, and he chirruped, so merry was he. A naughty boy came with his wee bow and arrow.
男孩和麻雀，一只小公麻雀坐在一棵绿树上， 他叽叽喳喳地说，他叽叽喳喳地说，他真快乐。一个淘气的男孩拿着他的小弓箭来了。
Determined to shoot this little cock sparrow. This little cock sparrow shall make me a stew, and his giblets shall make me a little pie, too. Oh, no, says the sparrow, I won't make a stew.
决心射杀这只小公麻雀，这只小麻雀将为我做一碗炖菜，它的内脏将为我做一个小馅饼。也哦，不，麻雀说我不会做炖菜。
So he flapped his wings and away he flew. Old woman, old woman, there was an old woman tossed in a basket, 17 times as high as the moon, but where she was going no mortal could tell.
于是他拍打翅膀飞走了。老妇人，老妇人，有一位老妇人被扔在篮子里，比月亮高17倍，但凡人无法得知她要去哪里。
For under her arm she carried a broom. Old woman, old woman, old woman, said I, whither, oh whither, oh whither so high? To sweep the cobwebs from the sky, and I'll be with you by and by.
因为她腋下夹着一把扫帚。老妇人，老妇人，老妇人，我说，去哪儿？哦，去哪儿？哦，这么高去哪儿了？扫除天空中的蜘蛛网，我会慢慢和你在一起。
The 1st of May the fair maid who, the 1st of May, goes to the fields at break of day, and washes in dew from the hawthorn tree, will ever after handsome be. Sulky Sue here's sulky Sue.
5月1日，美丽的女仆。5月1日，天一亮就到田里去，并用山楂树的露水洗涤，以后一定会很帅。闷闷不乐的苏，这是闷闷不乐的苏。
What shall we do? Turn her face to the wall till she comes to. The house that Jack built, this is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat.
我们该怎么办？把他的脸转向墙壁，直到他清醒过来。杰克建造的房子，这是杰克建造的房子，这是杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这是老鼠。
That ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat, that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat.
他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这是猫，就这样把老鼠杀死了。他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这是狗，这让猫很担心。
That killed the rat, that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat.
就这样把老鼠杀死了。他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这是牛角皱巴巴的牛。那把狗扔了， 这让猫很担心，就这样把老鼠杀死了。
That ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat.
他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这就是孤苦伶仃的少女，用皱巴巴的脚给牛挤奶，那把狗扔了，这让猫很担心。
That killed the rat, that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn.
就这样把老鼠杀死了。他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这就是这个衣衫褴褛的男人，那个亲吻了少女的人都被遗弃了。
That milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built.
用皱巴巴的脚给牛挤奶，那把狗扔了，这让猫很担心，就这样把老鼠杀死了。他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽。
This is the priest all shaven and shorn, that married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog.
这是剃光胡子的牧师，嫁给了这个衣衫褴褛的男人，那个亲吻了少女的人都被遗弃了，用皱巴巴的脚给牛挤奶，那把狗扔了。
That worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cock that crowed in the morn, that waked the priest all shaven and shorn.
这让猫很担心，就这样把老鼠杀死了。他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这是早上打鸣的公鸡，这唤醒了剃光胡子的牧师。
That married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat.
嫁给了这个衣衫褴褛的男人，那个亲吻了少女的人都被遗弃了，用皱巴巴的脚给牛挤奶，那把狗扔了，这让猫很担心，就这样把老鼠杀死了。
That ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the farmer sowing the corn, that kept the cock that crowed in the morn, that waked the priest all shaven and shorn.
他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽，这是正在播种玉米的农民，这让公鸡在早上啼叫，这唤醒了剃光胡子的牧师。
That married the man all tattered and torn, that kissed the maiden all forlorn, that milked the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat.
嫁给了这个衣衫褴褛的男人， 那个亲吻了少女的人都被遗弃了，用皱巴巴的脚给牛挤奶，那把狗扔了，这让猫很担心，就这样把老鼠杀死了。
That ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Saturday, Sunday on Saturday night shall be all my care to powder my locks and curl my hair. On Sunday morning my love will come in.
他吃了杰克建造的房子里的麦芽。周六、周日、周六晚上，我全神贯注，给我的头发擦粉，卷曲我的头发。周日早上，我的爱会到来。
When he will marry me with a gold ring. Little Jenny Wren fell sick upon a time. In came Robin Redbreast and brought her cake and wine. Eat well of my cake, Jenny.
当他戴着金戒指娶我时，小珍妮、雷恩，小珍妮、雷恩生病了。曾几何时，罗宾、雷德布雷斯特进来了，给他带来了蛋糕和酒。好好吃我的蛋糕，珍妮。
Drink well of my wine. Thank you, Robin, kindly, you shall be mine. Jenny she got well, and stood upon her feet, and told Robin plainly she loved him not a bit. Robin being angry.
好好喝我的酒，谢谢，罗宾，亲切的，你将属于我。珍妮她康复了，并站起来，并坦白地告诉罗宾，他一点也不爱他。罗宾生气了。
Hopped upon a twig, saying, Out upon you, fie upon you, bold-faced jig. The old woman and the peddler. There was an old woman, as I've heard tell, she went to market her eggs for to sell.
跳上一根树枝，话说，冲向你，飞向你，粗体家具，老妇人和小贩。有一个老妇人，据我所知，她去推销她的鸡蛋。
She went to market all on a market day, and she fell asleep on the king's highway. There came by a peddler whose name was Stout. He cut her petticoats all round about.
她在集市日去市场，她在国王的高速公路上睡着了。有一个小贩来了，他的名字叫斯托特。他把她衬裙的周围都剪掉了。
He cut her petticoats up to the knees, which made the old woman to shiver and freeze. When the little old woman first did wake, she began to shiver and she began to shake.
他把她的衬裙剪到膝盖，这让老妇人冻得浑身发抖。当小老太婆第一次醒来时，她开始颤抖，她开始颤抖。
She began to wonder and she began to cry, Lauk a mercy on me, this can't be I. But if it be I, as I hope it be, I've a little dog at home, and he'll know me. If it be I, he'll wag his little tail, and if it be not I.
她开始疑惑，并开始哭泣。劳克怜悯我吧，这不可能是我，但如果是我的话，正如我希望的那样， 我家里有一只小狗，它会认识我的。如果是我的话，它会摇动它的小尾巴。如果不是我，
He'll loudly bark and wail. Home went the little woman all in the dark. Up got the little dog, and he began to bark. He began to bark, so she began to cry, "Lack a mercy on me. This is none of I."
它会大声吠叫和哭泣。小女人在黑暗中回家了。起来了，小狗，它开始吠叫，它开始吠叫。于是它开始哭泣，劳克怜悯我吧，这不是我。
Bobby Snooks, little Bobby Snooks, was fond of his books, and loved by his usher and master. But naughty Jack Spry, he got a black eye, and carries his nose in a plaster.
鲍比，斯努克斯，小鲍比，斯努克斯很喜欢他的书，并受到他的引作员和主人的喜爱。但顽皮的杰克斯普里，他的眼睛变黑了，鼻子上打着石膏。
The little Moppet, I had a little Moppet. I put it in my pocket and fed it with corn and hay. There came a proud beggar, and swore he should have her, and stole my little Moppet away.
小娃娃，我有一个小娃娃，我把它放进口袋里，并用玉米和干草喂它。来了一个骄傲的乞丐，并发誓他应该拥有它，还偷走了我的小娃娃。
I saw a ship a-sailing, I saw a ship a-sailing on the sea, and oh, it was all laden with pretty things for thee. There were comfits in the cabin and apples in the hold.
我看到一艘船正在航行，我看到一艘船正在航行，海上航行，和里面装满了给你的漂亮东西，机舱里有糖果，还有货舱里的苹果。
The sails were made of silk, and the masts were made of gold. The 24 sailors that stood between the decks were 24 white mice with chains about their necks.
船帆是用丝绸制成的，桅杆是金子做的。站在甲板之间的4名和20名水手，有4只和20只脖子上带着铁链的白老鼠。
The captain was a duck with a packet on his back, and when the ship began to move, the captain said, "Quack, quack." A walnut as soft as silk, as white as milk, as bitter as gall, a strong wall.
船长是一只鸭子，背上背着一个包。当船开始移动时，船长说：“嘎嘎，嘎嘎，胡桃木，柔软如丝，像牛奶一样白，像胆汁一样苦，坚固的墙。”
And a green coat covers me all. The man in the moon came tumbling down and asked the way to Norwich. He went by the south.
一件绿色的外套将我全部覆盖。月球上的人跌倒了，并询问去诺维奇的路。他从南边走过。
and burned his mouth with eating cold peas porridge. 1. He loves 1. He loves 2. He loves 3. He loves, they say. 4. He loves with all his heart. 5. He casts away. 6. He loves 7.
吃冷豌豆粥烫伤了他的嘴衣，他爱一个人，他爱2，他爱3，他爱，他们说4，他全心全意地爱着5，他抛弃了6，他爱7。
She loves 8. They both love. 9. He comes. 10. He tarries. 11. He courts. 12. He marries. Bat, come under my hat and I'll give you a slice of bacon.
他爱8，他们都爱9，他来了10，他耽搁了11，他求爱12，他结婚了111来到我的帽子下面，我会给你一片培根。
And when I bake, I'll give you a cake if I am not mistaken. Hark, 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 hark. The dogs do bark. Beggars are coming to town, some in jags, and some in rags, and some in velvet gown.
当我烘烤时，我会给你一个蛋糕，如果我没记错的话，狗会叫，乞丐来到城里，有些穿着警车，还有一些衣衫褴褛，还有一些穿着天鹅绒礼服。
The heart, he loves the highwood. The hare, she loves the hill. The knight, he loves his bright sword. The lady loves her will. My love saw ye out of my love a coming from the market.
哈特，他喜欢高木，他爱那座山的野兔。骑士他爱他明亮的剑，女士爱他的意志。我的爱人，你看到我的爱人来自市场。
A peck of meal upon her back, a babby in her basket. Saw ye aught of my love a coming from the market? The man of Bombay, there was a fat man of Bombay, who was smoking one sunshiny day.
他背上沾了一小口饭，他的篮子里有一个婴儿。看到我的爱从市场上来了，孟买人，有一个孟买的胖子，谁在一个阳光明媚的日子里抽烟
？When a bird called a snipe flew away with his pipe, which vexed the fat man of Bombay. Poor old Robinson Crusoe. Poor old Robinson Crusoe. Poor old Robinson Crusoe.
当一只鸟叫了一声吁，带着它的烟斗飞走了，这让孟买的胖子很恼火。可怜的老鲁滨逊漂流记，可怜的老鲁滨逊漂流记，可怜的老鲁滨逊漂流记。
They made him a coat of an old nanny goat. I wonder why they should do so. With a ring-a-ting-tang and a ring-a-ting-tang, poor old Robinson Crusoe. A sieve a riddle, as I suppose.
他们给他做了一件老保姆山羊的外套，我想知道他们为什么要这样做。戴环阿廷堂， 还有一个响叮当，可怜的老鲁滨逊漂流记，一个筛子，一个谜语，一个谜语，正如我所想。
100 eyes and never a nose. My maid Mary, she minds the dairy, while I go a-hoeing and mowing each morn. Gaily run the reel and the little spinning wheel.
100只眼睛却没有鼻子，我的女仆玛丽，她负责乳制品。当我每天早上去锄地和割草时，快乐地转动卷轴和小纺车。
While I am singing and mowing my corn. A difficult rhyme. What is the rhyme for porringer? The king he had a daughter fair, and gave the prince of Orange her.
当我一边唱歌一边割玉米时，难押韵 porringer 的押韵是什么？国王有一个美丽的女儿，并把她送给了奥兰治王子。
Pretty John Watts, we are troubled with rats. Will you drive them out of the house? We have mice, too, in plenty, that feast in the pantry, but let them stay and nibble away.
漂亮的约翰，沃茨，漂亮的约翰，沃茨，我们被老鼠困扰，你会把它们赶出家门吗？我们有老鼠，也大量食品储藏室里的那场盛宴，但让他们留下来蚕食。
What harm in a little brown mouse? Good advice come when you're called. Do what you're bid. Shut the door after you and never be chid. I love sixpence, a jolly, jolly sixpence.
小松鼠有什么危害？好建议，当你被叫到时就来，做你的出嫁，随你关上门，永远不要责骂。我爱六便士，我爱六便士，一个快乐的六便士。
I love sixpence as my life. I spent a penny of it, I took a penny home to my wife. Oh, my little fourpence, a jolly, jolly fourpence. I love fourpence as my life.
我爱六便士如生命，我花了1分钱，我拿了1分钱回家给我的妻子哦。我的小四便士，一个快乐的四便士，我爱四便士如同我的生命。
I spent tuppence of it, and I took tuppence home to my wife. Bye, baby bunting, bye, baby bunting. Father's gone a-hunting, mother's gone a-milking, sister's gone a-silking.
我花了2便士，我带了2便士回家给我的妻子。再见，婴儿彩旗，再见，婴儿彩旗。父亲去打猎了，妈妈去挤奶了，姐姐去抽丝了。
And brother's gone to buy a skin to wrap the baby bunting in. Tom, the piper's son Tom, the piper's son, stole a pig, and away he run. The pig was eat, and Tom was beat.
哥哥去买了一张皮来包裹婴儿彩旗。汤姆，汤姆，风笛手之子。汤姆，汤姆，风笛手的儿子，偷了一头猪，他跑走了，猪被吃掉了，汤姆被打败了。
And Tom ran crying down the street. Comical folk in a cottage in Fife lived a man and his wife who, believe me, were comical folk, for, to people's surprise, they both saw with their eyes.
汤姆哭着跑到街上，滑稽的民间故事。在法夫郡的一间小屋里住着一对夫妇，相信我，是滑稽的民间。为了出乎人们意料，他们都亲眼所见。
And their tongues moved whenever they spoke. When they were asleep, I'm told that to keep their eyes open they could not contrive. They both walked on their feet.
每当他们说话时，他们的舌头就会动。当他们睡着的时候，有人告诉我，他们无法设法睁大眼睛。他们俩都用脚走路。
And 'twas thought what they eat helped with drinking, to keep them alive. Cocks crow in the morn to tell us to rise, and he who lies late will never be wise.
人们认为他们吃的东西有帮助，与饮酒，让他们活下去。Cock crow 公鸡在早晨打鸣，告诉我们起床，晚睡的人永远不会聪明。
For early to bed and early to rise is the way to be healthy and wealthy and wise. Tommy Snooks as Tommy Snooks and Bessie Brooks were walking out one Sunday.
为了早睡早起是获得健康、富有和智慧的方法。一个周日，汤米·斯努克斯 （Tommy Snooks） 和贝西·布鲁克斯 （Bessie Brooks） 外出散步。
Says Tommy Snooks to Bessie Brooks, "Wilt marry me on Monday?" The 3 sons. There was an old woman had 3 sons, Jerry and James and John. Jerry was hanged, James was drowned.
汤米·斯努克斯对贝西·布鲁克斯说：“周一就会嫁给我。3个儿子，有一个老妇人有3个儿子，杰瑞、詹姆斯和约翰。杰瑞被绞死，詹姆斯被淹死了。”
John was lost and never was found, and there was an end of her 3 sons, Jerry and James and John. The blacksmith Robert Barnes, my fellow fine, can you shoe this horse of mine? Yes, good sir.
约翰失踪了，并且从未被发现。他的3个儿子就这样结束了：杰瑞、詹姆斯和约翰。铁匠罗伯特·巴恩斯，我的同胞很好，你能给我的这匹马装鞋吗？是的，好先生。
That I can, as well as any other man. There's a nail, and there's a prod. Now, good sir, your horse is shod. 2 gray kits, the 2 gray kits, and the gray kit's mother. all went over the bridge together.
我可以和其他男人一样，有一个钉子，并且有一个产品。现在，好先生，你的马钉上了蹄铁，2个灰色套件，2个灰色套件，还有灰孩子的妈妈，大家一起过桥。
The bridge broke down. They all fell in. May the rats go with you, says Tom Bolin. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. 3, 4. Knock at the door. 5, 6. Pick up sticks. 7, 8.
桥坏了，他们都掉进了。愿老鼠与你同行，汤姆。柏林说：1、2，扣好我的鞋衣；2，扣住我的鞋；3、4，敲门；5、6，捡起棍棒；7、8。
Lay them straight. 9, 10. A good, fat hen. 11, 12. Dig and delve. 13, 14. Maids a courting. 15, 16. Maids in the kitchen. 17, 18. Maids a waiting.
将它们放直。9、10，一个好的肥母鸡。11、12，挖掘和钻研；13、14，女仆求爱；15、16，厨房里的女佣；17、18，女仆等待。
1920. My plate's empty. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame has lost her shoe. My master's lost his fiddlestick and knows not what to do. Cock-a-doodle-doo. What is my dame to do?
19、20，我的盘子空了，公鸡涂鸦做，公鸡涂鸦做。我的夫人丢了她的鞋子，我的主人失去了他的小提琴棒，并且不知道该怎么办。公鸡涂鸦做，我的夫人要做什么
？Till master finds his fiddlestick, she'll dance without her shoe. Pairs or pairs, 12 pairs hanging high, 12 knights riding by. Each knight took a pair, and yet left a dozen there.
直到主人找到他的小提琴棒，他会脱鞋跳舞，成对或离，12对高高悬挂，12骑士骑过，每个骑士拿一个梨，却留下了10几个。
Belial at the siege of Belial, I was there all the while, all the while, all the while, at the siege of Belial. Old King Cole was a merry old soul.
贝莱斯勒围攻贝莱斯勒时，我一直在场。与此同时，贝尔莱尔围城战，老国王科尔是一个快乐的老灵魂。
And a merry old soul was he. He called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers 3. And every fiddler, he had a fine fiddle, and a very fine fiddle had he.
他是一个快乐的老灵魂，他叫来了他的烟斗，他叫来了他的碗，他叫了他的小提琴手3。 还有每一位小提琴手，他的小提琴拉得很好，他有一把非常好的小提琴。
Tweet Tweedledee, Tweedledee went the fiddlers. Oh, there's none so rare as can compare with King Cole and his fiddlers three. See, 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 see. What shall I see?
两个推斗第一，特威德尔第一，小提琴手们走了哦。没有什么比科尔国王和他的3个小提琴手更罕见的了。看，参见参见，看，我会看到什么？
A horse's head where his tail should be. Dapple Gray, I had a little pony. His name was Dapple Gray. I lent him to a lady to ride a mile away. She whipped him. She slashed him.
马的头在马尾该在的地方，斑纹灰色。我有一匹小马驹，它的名字叫斑纹格雷。我把它借给了一位女士，其1英里远，她鞭打了它，她砍了它。
She rode him through the mire. I would not lend my pony now for all the ladies' hire. A well as round as an apple, as deep as a cup, and all the king's horses can't fill it up. Coffee and T.A. Molly.
他骑着它穿过泥沼。我现在不会把我的小马借给这位女士的所有租金。一口井，像苹果一样圆，像杯子一样深。国王所有的马匹都无法填满它。咖啡和茶茉莉。
My sister and I fell out, and what do you think it was all about? She loved coffee and I loved tea, and that was the reason we couldn't agree. Pussycat MEW Pussycat Mew jumped over a coal.
我和姐姐闹翻了，你认为这一切是关于什么的？她喜欢咖啡，我喜欢茶，这就是我们无法达成一致的原因。猫咪喵喵，猫咪喵喵跳过了煤炭。
And in her best petticoat burnt a great hole. Poor Pussy's weeping. She'll have no more milk until her best petticoat's mended with silk.
她最好的衬裙上烧出了一个大洞，可怜的猫在哭泣。她将不再有牛奶，直到她最好的衬裙用丝绸补好。
The little girl with a curl, there was a little girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead. When she was good, she was very, very good, and when she was bad, she was horrid.
有一个卷发的小女孩，有一个小女孩，她的额头中间有一个小卷发。当她好的时候，她非常非常好；当她不好的时候，她很可怕。
Dreams Friday night's dream on Saturday told is sure to come true, be it never so old. A cock and bull story, the cock's on the housetop blowing his horn.
周五晚上的梦，周六告诉，一定会实现，永远不会这么老。公鸡和公牛的故事，公鸡在屋顶上吹角。
The bulls in the barn are threshing of corn. The maids in the meadows are making of hay. The ducks in the river are swimming away. For baby shall have an apple, you shall have a plum.
公牛在谷仓里打玉米，草地上的女仆正在制作干草，河里的鸭子都游走了。给宝宝，你应该有一个苹果，你将拥有一颗李子。
You shall have a rattle when Papa comes home. Myself as I walked by myself and talked to myself, myself said unto me, Look to thyself, take care of thyself, for nobody cares for thee.
你将有一个拨浪鼓，当爸爸回家时 myself 当我独自行走时，并自言自语，我自己对我说，看看你自己，照顾好自己，因为没有人关心你。
I answered myself and said to myself in the self-same repartee, Look to thyself, or not look to thyself, the self-same thing will be. Over the water, and over the sea.
我自己回答，并用同样的妙语对自己说，看看你自己，或者不看自己，同样的事情将会是水上和海上。
And over the water to Charlie, I'll have none of your nasty beef, nor I'll have none of your barley, but I'll have some of your very best flour to make a white cake for my Charlie.
越过水面到达查理，我不会吃你那讨厌的牛肉，我也不会拥有你的大麦，但我会用你们最好的面粉为我的查理做一个白蛋糕。
Candles saving to make your candles last for aye, you wives and maids give ear-o. To put them out's the only way, says honest John Boldero.
节省蜡烛，让您的蜡烛持久耐用。你们的妻子和女仆们，请侧耳倾听哦。把他们赶出去是唯一的办法。诚实的约翰·博尔德罗说。
Fears and tears, Tommy's tears and Mary's fears will make them old before their years. The Kilkenny cats, there were once 2 cats of Kilkenny. Each thought there was 1 cat too many.
恐惧和眼泪，汤米的眼泪和玛丽的恐惧将使他们在年龄之前变老。基尔肯尼猫，基尔肯尼曾经有2只猫，每个人都认为1只猫太多了。
So they fought and they fit and they scratched and they bit, till, excepting their nails and the tips of their tails, instead of 2 cats, there weren't any. Old Grimes is dead.
所以他们战斗并且配合，他们又抓又咬。道，除了他们的指甲，还有他们的尾巴尖，而不是2只猫，没有任何。老格莱姆斯死了。
That good old man, we ne'er shall see him more. He used to wear a long brown coat all buttoned down before. A week of birthdays, Monday's child is fair of face, Tuesday's child is full of grace.
那个好老人，我们再也见不到他了。 她以前穿一件棕色长外套，扣子都扣下来。生日1周，星期1的孩子脸色很漂亮，星期2的孩子充满了恩典。
Wednesday's child is full of woe. Thursday's child has far to go. Friday's child is loving and giving. Saturday's child works hard for its living.
星期3的孩子充满了悲伤，星期4的孩子还有很长的路要走，星期5的孩子充满爱心和奉献精神，星期6的孩子为了生活而努力工作。
But the child that's born on the Sabbath day is bonny and blithe and good and gay. A chimney black within and red without, 4 corners round about. Ladybird, ladybird, ladybird.
但在安息日出生的孩子是美丽而快乐的，又好又同性恋，烟囱，内黑外红，4个角环岛，瓢虫，瓢虫，瓢虫。
Fly away home. Your house is on fire, your children all gone, all but one, and her name is N, and she crept under the pudding pan. The man who had not, there was a man, and he had not.
飞走回家，你的房子着火了，你的孩子们都走了，除一个外，所有其他。他的名字叫安，他爬到布丁锅底下，一无所有的人，有一个人，他一无所有。
And robbers came to rob him. He crept up to the chimney pot, and then they thought they had him. But he got down on t'other side, and then they could not find him.
强盗来抢劫他，他蹑手蹑脚地爬到烟囱旁，然后他们以为他们抓住了他，但他倒在了另一边，然后他们就找不到他了。
He ran 14 miles in 15 days and never looked behind him. The tailors and the snail, 4 and 20 tailors went to kill a snail. The best man among them durst not touch her tail.
他在15天内跑了14英里，却从不回头看他身后。裁缝和蜗牛，4位和20位裁缝，去杀死一只蜗牛。其中最好的男人杜斯特不碰他的尾巴。
She put out her horns like a little Kylo cow. Run, tailors, run, or she'll kill you all e'en now. Around the green gravel, around the green gravel, the grass grows green.
他伸出脚，就像一头小凯洛牛，跑步，裁缝，跑步，不然他现在就会杀了你们所有人。绿色砾石周围，绿色砾石周围，草长成绿色。
And all the pretty maids are plain to be seen. Wash them with milk, and clothe them with silk, and write their names with a pen and ink. Intery, mintery, intery, mintery, cutery corn.
而且所有的漂亮女仆都是显而易见的，用牛奶清洗她们，给她们穿上丝绸衣服。 并用笔和墨水写下他们的名字：国际米兰、明特国际米兰、铸币厂、可爱玉米。
Apple seed and apple thorn, wire, briar, limberlock, 5 geese in a flock, sit and sing by a spring, out and in again. Caesar's song bow wow wow. Whose dog art thou? Little Tom Tinker's dog.
苹果籽和苹果刺，金属丝、荆棘、柔软锁，一群5只鹅坐在泉边唱歌，出去，并再次进入。凯撒之歌，公娃娃，你是谁的狗？小汤姆，停课的狗。
Bow wow wow. A.S. I was going along as I was going along. A singing a comical song. The lane that I went was so long. And the song that I sang was so long.
鞠躬哇哇，当我一起走，沿着唱着一首滑稽的歌曲。我走过的巷子好长，长的。我唱的那首歌那么长，长的。
And so I went singing along. Hector Protector was dressed all in green. Hector Protector was sent to the queen. The queen did not like him, no more did the king.
于是我就跟着唱了起来。赫克托，保护者，赫克托，保护者穿着绿色衣服。赫克托保护者被派去见女王，女王不喜欢他，国王不再这么做了。
So Hector Protector was sent back again. Billy, come and play, while the sun shines bright as day. Yes, my Polly, so I will, for I love to please you still. Billy.
于是赫克托保护者又被送了回来。比利，来玩啊！当阳光明媚如白昼。是的，我的玻璃，所以我会，因为我仍然喜欢取悦你。比利。
Have you seen Sam and Betsy on the green? Yes, my Pole, I saw them pass, skipping o'er the new mown grass. Billy, come along, and I will sing a pretty song. Rockabye, baby.
你看到果岭上的萨姆和贝特西了吗？是的，我的民意调查，我看到他们经过，跳过新割的草。比利，一起来，我会唱一首好听的歌。摇滚再见，宝贝，摇滚再见，婴儿。
Thy cradle is green. Father's a nobleman, mother's a queen, and Betty's a lady, and wears a gold ring, and Johnny's a drummer, and drums for the king.
你的摇篮是绿色的，父亲是贵族，母亲是女王，贝蒂是一位女士，并戴着金戒指。约翰尼是一名鼓手，和为国王鼓。
The man in the wilderness asked me how many strawberries grew in the sea. I answered him as I thought good, as many as red herrings grew in the wood.
荒野中的人问我，海里长了多少草莓？我按照我认为好的方式回答了他，树林里生长的红飞鱼一样多。
Little Jack Horner sat in the corner, eating of Christmas pie. He put in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." The birds scare away, birds away.
小杰克·霍纳坐在角落里吃圣诞派，他把拇指放进去，并拔出了一颗李子，并且说：“我是一个多么好的孩子啊！”驱鸟者离开，鸟类离开。
Take a little and leave a little, and do not come again. For if you do, I will shoot you through, and there will be an end of you. Mary, Mary, quite contrary, Mary, Mary, quite contrary.
拿走一点，留下一点，并且不要再来了，因为如果你这样做，我会射穿你，你将会有一个终结。玛丽，恰恰相反，玛丽，完全相反。
How does your garden grow? Silver bells and cockle shells, and pretty maids all of a row. Bessie Bell and Mary Gray, Bessie Bell and Mary Gray, they were two bonny lasses.
你的花园如何生长？银铃和哈壳，还有一排漂亮的女仆，贝西、贝尔和玛丽、格雷。贝西、贝尔和玛丽、格雷，她们是两个漂亮的姑娘。
They built their house upon the Lea and covered it with rushes. Bessie kept the garden gate, and Mary kept the pantry. Bessie always had to wait, while Mary lived in plenty.
他们把房子建在草坪上，并用灯芯草覆盖它。贝西守着花园大门，玛丽保留了食品储藏室。贝西总是不得不等待，虽然玛丽生活富裕。
Needles and pins, needles and pins, needles and pins. When a man marries, his trouble begins. Pussy cat and the dumplings, pussy cat ate the dumplings, the dumplings.
针和别针，针和别针，针和别针。当一个男人结婚了，他的麻烦就开始了。猫咪和饺子，猫咪吃了饺子，饺子。
Pussy cat ate the dumplings. Mama stood by and cried, "Oh, fie! Why did you eat the dumplings?" Dance, Thumbkin, dance, dance, Thumbkin. Dance, wink with a frown, keep the thumb in motion, dance, ye merrymen.
小猫吃了饺子，妈妈站在一旁哭了。哦，或者你为什么吃饺子？舞蹈，拇指舞，舞蹈，拇指筋，舞蹈，保持拇指运动舞蹈，也 merryman。
Everyone, All the fingers in motion for thumbin', he can dance alone. The thumb alone moving thumpin', he can dance alone. The thumb alone moving dance, formin', dance.
每个人所有手指都在运动。对于 thumbkin， 它可以独自跳舞，仅用拇指移动 thumbkin。它可以独自跳舞，大拇指独自动舞，领班，舞蹈。
The first finger moving dance, ye merrymen, everyone, all moving but foreman, he can dance alone. The first finger moving foreman, he can dance alone. The first finger moving dance.
第一个手指动舞，也 merryman， 每个人，所有人都在动，除了福尔曼，他可以独自跳舞。第一根手指动弓头，他可以独自跳舞，第一指动舞。
Longman, dance, the second finger moving dance, ye merrymen, everyone, all moving for Longman, he can dance alone. The second finger moving Longman, he can dance alone.
朗文，舞蹈，第二指动舞，也 merryman， 每个人，一切都为朗文而感动，他可以独自跳舞，第二指动朗文，他可以独自跳舞。
The second finger moving dance, ringman, dance. The third finger moving dance, ye merrymen, dance. All moving but ringman cannot dance alone. The third finger moving ringman.
第二指动舞，林曼，舞蹈，无名指动舞，也 merryman， 舞蹈，一切都在感动，但林曼不能独自跳舞，无名指移动指环人。
He cannot dance alone. The third finger moving dance, little man, dance. The fourth finger moving dance, ye merrymen, dance. All moving but little man, he can dance alone.
他不能独自跳舞，无名指动舞，小男孩，舞蹈，无名指动舞，也 merryman， 舞蹈，一切都在感动，但小曼，他可以独自跳舞。
The fourth finger moving little man, he can dance alone. The fourth finger moving Mary's canary Mary had a pretty bird, feathers bright and yellow.
移动小人的第四根手指，他可以独自跳舞。第四根手指移动玛丽的金丝雀，玛丽有一只漂亮的鸟，羽毛明亮而黄色。
Slender legs upon my word, he was a pretty fellow. The sweetest note he always sung, which much delighted Mary. She often, where the cage was hung, sat hearing her canary.
腿修长，我保证他是个漂亮小伙子，他总是唱出最甜蜜的音符，这让玛丽很高兴。她经常，笼子挂在哪里，坐着听他的金丝雀。
The little bird, once I saw a little bird come hop, hop, hop. So I cried, little bird, will you stop, stop, stop? and was going to the window to say, "How do you do?" But he shook his little tail.
小鸟，一旦我看到一只小鸟，来跳吧，跳，跳。于是我哭了，小鸟，你会停下来吗？停止，停止。然后走到窗前说，你好吗？但它摇着小尾巴。
And far away he flew. Birds of a feather, birds of a feather flock together, and so will pigs and swine. Rats and mice will have their choice, and so will I have mine.
它飞得很远，物以类聚，物以类聚，猪和猪也会如此。大鼠和小鼠将有它们的选择，我也会有我的。
The dusty miller Margaret wrote a letter, sealed it with her finger, threw it in the dam for the dusty miller. Dusty was his coat, dusty was the siller.
尘土飞扬的米勒玛格丽特写了一封信，用手指封住了，把它扔进水坝，送给尘土飞扬的磨坊主。他的外套沾满灰尘，达斯蒂是发声者。
Dusty was the kiss I'd from the dusty miller. If I had my pockets full of gold and silver, I would give it all to my dusty miller. A star higher than a house, higher than a tree. Oh!
尘土飞扬的是我从尘土飞扬的磨坊主那里得到的吻。如果我的口袋里装满了金子和银币，我会把一切都给我尘土飞扬的磨坊主，比房子还高的星星，比树还高哦。
Whatever can that be? The greedy man is he who sits and bites, spits out of plates, or else takes up an almanac and gobbles all the dates. The 10 o'clock scholar a diller.
无论那是什么，贪婪的人，贪婪的人是坐着舀盘子里的人，或者拿起一本年历并吞掉所有的日期。10点学者迪勒。
A dollar, a 10 o'clock scholar. What makes you come so soon? You used to come at 10 o'clock, but now you come at noon. Cock-a-doodle-dee-oh, my pretty cock. Oh, my handsome cock, I pray you.
1美元，10点钟学者，是什么让你来得这么快？你以前10点钟来，但现在你中午来了。公鸡涂鸦做哦。我漂亮的鸡巴，哦，我英俊的鸡巴，我祈祷你。
Do not crow before day, and your comb shall be made of the very beaten gold, and your wings of the silver so gray. And icicle lives in winter, dies in summer, and grows with its roots upward.
天亮之前不要打鸣，你的梳子将由精炼的黄金制成，你的银色翅膀如此灰色。冰柱生活在冬天，死于夏季，并且根部向上生长。
A ship's nail over the water, and under the water, and always with its head down. The old woman of Leeds, there was an old woman of Leeds, who spent all her time in good deeds.
水面上的船钉，并且在水下， 并且总是低着头立姿的老妇人。栗子有一位老妇人，她把所有的时间都花在了行善上。
She worked for the poor till her fingers were sore, this pious old woman of Leeds. The boy in the barn, a little boy went into a barn and lay down on some hay. An owl came out and flew about.
她为穷人工作，直到手指酸痛。这位利兹虔诚的老妇人，谷仓里的男孩。一个小男孩走进谷仓，然后躺在一些干草上，一只猫头鹰走了出来，并飞来飞去。
And the little boy ran away. Sunshine hickamore, hackamore on the king's kitchen door. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't drive hickamore, hackamore.
然后小男孩就逃跑了。阳光稀客更多，黑客更多。在国王厨房的门上，所有国王的马匹，还有所有国王的人，无法再驱动稀客了。黑客更多。
Off the king's kitchen door. Willy, Willy, Willy. Willy Wilkin kissed the maids a-milking, F-A, la, la. And with his merry daffing he set them all a-laughing, ha, ha, ha. Tong's long legs.
关闭国王厨房的门，威利，威利，威利，威利。威尔金在挤奶时亲吻女仆，放，这。他的快乐使他们都笑了，哈哈哈！夹子，长腿。
Crooked thighs, little head, and no eyes. Jack Jingle, little Jack Jingle, he used to live single, but when he got tired of this kind of life, he left off being single and lived with his wife.
大腿弯曲，小头，并且没有眼睛。杰克叮当，小杰克丁丁，他曾经单身生活，但当他厌倦了这种生活，他摆脱了单身，并与妻子住在一起。
Now what do you think of little Jack Jingle? Before he was married, he used to live single. The quarrel my little old man and I fell out. I'll tell you what 'twas all about.
现在你觉得小杰克叮当怎么样？结婚前他一直单身，争吵，我和我的小老头闹翻了。我会告诉你这到底是怎么回事。
I had money and he had none, and that's the way the noise begun. The pumpkin eater Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell.
我有钱，他没有，这就是噪音开始的方式。吃南瓜的人彼得，南瓜使者，有老婆却留不住他。他把它放进南瓜壳里。
And there he kept her very well. Shoing, shoe the colt, shoe the colt, shoe the wild mare. Here a nail, there a nail, yet she goes bare. Betty Blue, little Betty Blue lost her holiday shoe.
他在那里把他照顾得很好，给小马穿鞋， 给小马穿鞋，给野马穿鞋。这里有一个钉子，有一个钉子，但他却赤身裸体。Betty Blue 小贝蒂拦丢了他的度假鞋。
What shall little Betty do? Give her another to match the other, and then she'll walk upon two. That's all there was. An old woman sat spinning, and that's the first beginning. She had a calf.
小贝蒂该怎么办？给他另一个来匹配另一个，然后他会踩在两个上，仅此而已。有一个老妇人坐着旋转，这就是第一个开始。她有一头小牛。
And that's half. She took it by the tail and threw it over the wall, and that's all. Bedtime. The man in the moon looked out of the moon, looked out of the moon and said, "'Tis time for all children."
这就是一半。他抓住了他的尾巴，并把它扔到墙上。就这样，就寝时间。月亮上的人从月球上看去，看着月亮外面说道：“现在是所有孩子们的时间了。”
On the earth to think about getting to bed. Dance, little baby, dance, little baby, dance up high. Never mind, baby, mother is by. Crow and caper, caper and crow. There, little baby, there you go.
在地球上，考虑上床睡觉，舞蹈，小宝贝舞蹈，小宝宝舞得很高，没关系。婴儿，母亲在，乌鸦和雀跃，刺山柑和乌鸦，那里，小宝宝，就这样吧。
Up to the ceiling, down to the ground, backwards and forwards, round and round. Dance, little baby and mother will sing, with the merry choral. Ding, ding, ding. My little maid high diddled out.
一直到天花板，到地面，向后和向前，一遍又一遍。舞蹈，小宝贝和妈妈会唱歌，与快乐的珊瑚一起。定，定，定，我的小女仆，高诈骗怀疑。
My candle's out, my little maid is not at home. Saddle my hog and bridle my dog and fetch my little maid home. For want of a nail, for want of a nail, the shoe was lost, for want of the shoe.
我的蜡烛灭了，我的小女仆不在家。给我的猪备鞍，给我的狗套上缰绳，把我的小女佣接回家。想要钉子，想要钉子。鞋子丢了，因为缺鞋。
The horse was lost, for want of the horse. The rider was lost, for want of the rider. The battle was lost, for want of the battle. The kingdom was lost, and all for the want of a horseshoe nail.
马丢了，因为缺马，骑手迷路了。由于缺少骑手，战斗失败了。由于缺乏战斗力，王国消失了。而这一切都是为了一颗马蹄钉。
Peas porridge hot. Peas porridge cold. Peas porridge in the pot, 9 days old. Some like it hot, some like it cold, some like it in the pot, 9 days old.
豌豆粥，豌豆粥，热，豌豆粥冷，豌豆粥倒入锅中，9天了。有些人喜欢热的，有些人喜欢冷，有的喜欢放在锅里，9天了。
Ring a ring, oh roses, ring a ring, oh roses, a pocket full of posies. Tisha, Tisha, we all fall down. The crooked sixpence, there was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile.
戒指玫瑰戒指，戒指玫瑰戒指，一口袋的湿地沙，地沙，我们都倒下了。弯曲的6便士，有一个弯曲的人，他走了一段弯路。
He found a crooked sixpence beside a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house.
他在弯曲的栅栏旁边发现了一枚弯曲的6便士，他买了一只歪猫，抓住了一只弯曲的老鼠，他们一起住在一座歪歪扭扭的小房子里。
This is the way, this is the way the ladies ride. Try, tray, tray, tree, try, tray, tray, tree. This is the way the ladies ride. Try, tray, 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 try, tray, tray, tree. This is the way the gentlemen ride.
这就是女士们骑行的方式。3、3、3，数3、3、3。数，这就是女士们的骑行方式。3、3、3、3、3、3、3数，这就是绅士们的骑行方式。
Gallop a trot, gallop a trot. This is the way the gentlemen ride. Gallop a trot. This is the way the farmers ride. Hobbledy-hoy, hobbledy-hoy. This is the way the farmers ride.
快步小跑，快步小跑，这就是绅士们的骑行方式。快跑一快跑，这就是农民骑车的方式。跛行式，跛行式，这就是农民骑车的方式。
Hobbledy-hobbledy-hoy. Ducks and drakes, a duck and a drake, and a halfpenny cake, with a penny to pay the old baker. A hop and a scotch is another notch, slitherum, slatherum, take her.
货不利就是货不利，鸭子和公鸭，一只鸭子和一只公鸭，还有一个半便士蛋糕，用1分钱付给老面包师。啤酒花和苏格兰威士忌是另一个档次。斯利瑟鲁姆，厚厚的一层，带它去。
The donkey, 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 old and gray, ope your mouth and gently bray. Lift your ears and blow your horn, to wake the world this sleepy morn. If all the world were apple pie.
驴子，驴子，驴，又旧又灰，张开嘴轻轻地叫，竖起耳朵，吹响喇叭，在这个沉睡的早晨唤醒世界。if 如果全世界都是苹果派。
And all the sea were ink, and all the trees were bread and cheese. What should we have for drink? The bells, you owe me 5 shillings, say the bells of St. Helens. When will you pay me?
所有的大海都是墨水，所有的树都是面包和奶酪。我们应该喝什么？钟声，你欠我5先令。说圣海伦教堂的钟声，你什么时候付钱给我？
Say the bells of Old Bailey. When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch. When will that be? Say the bells of Stepney. I do not know, says the great bell of Bow. 2 sticks in an apple.
说出老贝利的钟声，当我变得富有时，说肖尔迪奇的钟声，那会是什么时候？说斯特普尼的钟声，我不知道。公之大钟说道：“苹果里有2根棍子。”
Ring the bells of Whitechapel. Halfpence and farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. Kettles and pans, say the bells of St. Anne's. Brickbats and tiles, say the bells of St. Giles.
敲响白教堂的钟声，半便士和一便士，说圣马丁教堂的钟声，水壶和平底锅，说圣安教堂的钟声，砖块和瓷砖，圣吉尔斯的钟声说。
Old shoes and slippers, say the bells of St. Peter's. Pokers and tongs, say the bells of St. John's. Little girl and queen, little girl, where have you been?
旧鞋子和拖鞋，说圣彼得大教堂的钟声，扑克和钳子，说圣约翰教堂的钟声，小女孩和女王，小女孩，小姑娘，你去哪儿了？
Gathering roses to give to the queen. Little girl, what gave she you? She gave me a diamond as big as my shoe. The king of France went up the hill.
采集玫瑰送给女王，小姑娘，小姑娘，是什么给了她你？她给了我一颗和我的鞋子一样大的钻石。法国国王上山了。
With 20,000 men, the king of France came down the hill and ne'er went up again. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
带着2万人，法国国王从山上下来，再也没有上升过。彼得·派珀摘了一佩克腌辣椒。
A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? 1 to 10 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I caught a hare alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
彼得·派珀 Peter Piper 采摘的一佩腌辣椒。如果彼得·派珀摘了一佩克腌辣椒，彼得·派珀 Peter Piper 采摘的腌辣椒在哪里？1比11 2 3 4 5。我活捉了一只野兔。6 7 8 9 10。
I let her go again. And equal read my riddle, I pray. What God never sees, what the king seldom sees, what we see every day. The tart's the queen of hearts. She made some tarts, all on a summer's day.
我又让他走了，一个平等，读我的谜语。我祈祷，神所看不到的事，国王很少见到的事，我们每天看到的馅饼，红心皇后，她做了一些蛋挞，一切都发生在夏日。
The knave of hearts, he stole the tarts and took them clean away. The king of hearts called for the tarts and beat the knave full sore. The knave of hearts brought back the tarts.
红心骑士，他偷了蛋挞，并把它们干净地带走。红心国王叫来馅饼，打败无赖。红心骑士带回了馅饼。
And vowed he'd steal no more. Come, let's to bed, to bed, to bed, says sleepyhead. Tarry a while, says slow. Put on the pan, says greedy Nan. We'll sup before we go. Little maid, pretty maid.
并发誓不再偷窃。来，我们去睡觉吧，去睡觉，睡觉。瞌睡头说道。再等一会儿，慢地说，放到锅里。贪婪的男说，我们走之前先吃晚饭。小女仆，小女仆，漂亮女仆。
Whither goest thou? Down in the forest to milk my cow. Shall I go with thee? No, not now, when I send for thee, then come thou. What are little boys made of? What are little boys made of?
你去哪儿？到森林里给我的牛挤奶。我陪你一起去吗？不，现在不要。当我派人去找你时，那么你来吧。什么是小男孩做的？什么是小男孩做的？由制成。
What are little boys made of? Snaps and snails and puppy dogs' tails, and that's what little boys are made of. What are little girls made of? What are little girls made of?
什么是小男孩做的？快照和蜗牛和小狗的尾巴，这就是小男孩的组成部分。小女孩是由什么组成的？由制成。小女孩是由什么组成的？
Sugar and spice and all that's nice, and that's what little girls are made of. Bandy legs. As I was going to sell my eggs, I met a man with bandy legs and crooked toes.
糖和香料，一切都很好。这就是小女孩的组成部分，罗圈腿。当我准备卖鸡蛋时，我遇到了一个罗圈腿的男人，罗圈腿和弯曲的脚趾。
I tripped up his heels, and he fell on his nose. The Girl and the Birds. When I was a little girl, about 7 years old, I hadn't got a petticoat to cover me from the cold.
我绊倒了他的脚后跟，他鼻子着地摔倒了。女孩和鸟。当我还是个小女孩的时候，大约7岁，我没有衬裙为我遮风挡雨。
So I went into Darlington, that pretty little town, and there I bought a petticoat, a cloak, and a gown. I went into the woods and built me a kirk and all the birds of the air.
所以我进入了达灵顿，那个漂亮的小镇。我在那里买了一件衬裙、一件斗篷和一件礼服。我走进树林，为自己建造了一座教堂，还有空中所有的飞鸟。
They helped me to work. The hawk with his long claws pulled down the stone. The dove with her rough bill brought me them home. The parrot was the clergyman. The peacock was the clerk.
他们帮助我工作，老鹰用长爪子把石头拉了下来，鸽子用它粗糙的喙把它们带回家，鹦鹉是牧师，孔雀是店员。
The bullfinch played the organ. We made merry work. A pig as I went to Bonner, I met a pig without a wig upon my word and honor. Jenny Wren as little Jenny Wren was sitting by her shed.
红腹灰雀演奏风琴，我们工作愉快。当我去邦纳时，一头猪，我遇见了一头没有假发的猪。以我的诺言和荣誉，珍妮、雷恩，小珍妮，雷恩坐在他的棚子旁边。
She waggled with her tail and nodded with her head. She waggled with her tail and nodded with her head as little Jenny Wren was sitting by the shed.
她摇着尾巴，并点点头。她摇着尾巴，并点点头。当小珍妮、雷恩坐在棚子旁边时，
Little Tom Tucker sings for his supper. What shall he eat? White bread and butter. How will he cut it without e'er a knife? How will he be married without e'er a wife?
小汤姆、塔克，小汤姆、塔克为他的晚餐唱歌。他要吃什么？白面包和黄油。没有刀，他将如何切割它？没有妻子，他将如何结婚？
Where are you going, my pretty maid? Where are you going, my pretty maid? I'm going a-milking, sir, she said. May I go with you, my pretty maid? You're kindly welcome, sir, she said. What is your father?
你要去哪里？我的漂亮女仆，你要去哪里？我漂亮的女仆。我去挤奶，先生。他说，我可以和你一起去吗？我漂亮的女仆。不客气，先生。他说，你父亲是什么人？
My pretty maid. My father's a farmer, sir, she said. What is your fortune, my pretty maid? My face is my fortune, sir, she said. Then I can't marry you, my pretty maid. Nobody asked you, sir, she said.
我漂亮的女仆。我的父亲是一名农民，先生。他说，你的财运是多少？我漂亮的女仆。我的脸就是我的财富，先生。他说，那我不能嫁给你，我漂亮的女仆。没人问你，先生。他说。
The old woman of Gloucester, there was an old woman of Gloucester, whose parrot 2 guineas it cost her, but its tongue never ceasing.
格洛斯特的老妇人，格洛斯特有一位老妇人，谁的鹦鹉花了她2几尼，但她的舌头却从未停止过。
Was vastly displeasing to the talkative woman of Gloucester. Multiplication is vexation, multiplication is vexation, division is as bad, the rule of 3 doth puzzle me.
格洛斯特那个爱说话的女人非常不高兴，乘法是烦恼，乘法是烦恼，分裂同样糟糕，3法则让我困惑。
And practice drives me mad. Little King Boggen, he built a fine hall, pie crust and pastry crust. That was the wall. The windows were made of black puddings and white.
练习让我发疯，小国王铂金，小国王铂金，他建造了一座精美的大厅，馅饼皮和糕点皮，那是墙，窗户是用黑色布丁和白色制成的。
And slated with pancakes, you ne'er saw the like. Whistle, whistle, daughter, whistle, whistle, daughter dear. I cannot whistle, mammy, I cannot whistle clear. Whistle, daughter, whistle.
并配上煎饼，你从来没见过类似的东西。口哨，口哨，女儿，哨，哨，亲爱的女儿。我不能吹口哨，妈咪，我无法吹出清晰的口哨。哨，女儿，哨。
Whistle for a pound. I cannot whistle, mammy, I cannot make a sound. Bell horses, bell horses, bell horses, what time of day? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 and away. Taffy Taffy was a Welshman.
吹口哨1磅。我不能吹口哨，妈咪，我无法发出声音。贝尔玛，贝尔玛，灵马。1天中的什么时间？1点钟、2点钟，3级远。太妃糖，太妃糖是威尔士人。
Taffy was a thief. Taffy came to my house and stole a piece of beef. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy was not home. Taffy came to my house and stole a marrow bone. I went to Taffy's house.
太妃糖是个小偷，太妃糖到我家偷了一块牛肉。我去了太妃糖家，太妃糖不在家。太妃糖来到我家偷了一根骨髓。我去了太妃糖家。
Taffy was not in. Taffy came to my house and stole a silver pin. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy was in bed. I took up the marrow bone and flung it at his head. The robin the north wind doth blow.
太妃糖不在，太妃糖来到我家偷了一枚银别针。我去了太妃糖家，太妃糖在床上。我拿起骨髓扔向他的头知更鸟，北风吹来。
And we shall have snow, And what will poor Robin do then, poor thing? He'll sit in a barn and keep himself warm and hide his head under his wing, poor thing.
我们将会下雪，那么可怜的罗宾会做什么呢？可怜的东西，他会坐在谷仓里，并且让自己保持温暖，并将头藏在翅膀下。可怜的东西。
The old woman of Harrow, there was an old woman of Harrow, who visited in a wheelbarrow, and her servant before knocked loud at each door to announce the old woman of Harrow.
哈罗的老妇人，哈罗有一位老妇人，谁坐着独轮车来访？还有他之前的仆人，大声敲每一扇门，宣布哈罗老妇人。
Young Roger and Dolly Young Roger came tapping at Dolly's window, thumpity, thumpity, thump. He asked for admittance. She answered him no. Frumpity, frumpity, frump. No, no, Roger, no.
年轻的罗杰和多莉，年轻的罗杰敲着多莉的窗户，桑帕蒂，桑帕蒂，扑通。他要求进入，他回答他不。弗鲁帕蒂，弗朗帕蒂，弗鲁普，不，不，罗杰，不。
As you came, you may go. Stumpity, stumpity, stump. The piper and his cow, there was a piper had a cow, and he had naught to give her. He pulled out his pipes and played her a tune.
既然你来了，你就可以走。树桩，矮墩墩，树桩，风笛手和他的牛，有一个风笛手有一头牛，而他却没有什么可以给他。他拿出管子给他吹了一支曲子。
And bade the cow consider. The cow considered very well, and gave the piper a penny, and bade him play the other tune, Corn rigs are bonny. The man of Derby, a little old man of Derby.
并吩咐牛考虑一下，牛考虑得很好，并给了风笛手1分钱，并吩咐他演奏另一首曲子。玉米钻机很漂亮，德比的男人。德比的小老头。
How do you think he served me? He took away my bread and cheese, and that is how he served me. The coachman up at Piccadilly, oh, the coachman takes his stand.
你认为他如何为我服务？他拿走了我的面包和奶酪，这就是他为我服务的方式。皮卡迪利大街上的车夫，哦，车夫表明立场。
And when he meets a pretty girl, he takes her by the hand. Whip away forever, oh. Drive away so clever, oh. All the way to Bristol, oh. He drives her four in hand.
当他遇到一个漂亮女孩时，他会握住她的手，永远挥走。哦，开车走得这么聪明，哦。一路到布里斯托尔，哦，他手牵着他4个人。
There was an old woman, there was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children she didn't know what to do. She gave them some broth without any bread.
有一位老妇人，有一位住在鞋里的老妇人，她有这么多孩子，她不知道该怎么办。她给了他们一些肉汤，没有面包。
She whipped them all soundly and put them to bed. A thorn I went to the wood and got it. I sat me down to look for it and brought it home because I couldn't find it.
他把他们都鞭打得很彻底，然后把他们放到床上，一根荆棘。我走到树林里，并得到了它。我坐下来寻找它，并把它带回家，因为我找不到它。
The old woman of Surrey. There was an old woman in Surrey who was morn, noon, and night in a hurry, called her husband a fool, drove the children to school, the worrying old woman of Surrey.
萨里的老妇人，萨里有一位老妇人，谁是早晨、中午和匆忙的夜晚，骂老公是傻子，开车送孩子们去学校，令人担忧的萨里老妇人。
The little mouse I have seen you, little mouse, running all about the house, through the hole your little eye in the wainscot peeping sly, hoping soon some crumbs to steal.
小老鼠，我看见你了，小老鼠，满屋子跑来跑去，你的小眼睛在壁板上的洞里偷偷地偷看，希望很快能偷到一些面包屑。
To make quite a hearty meal. Look before you venture out, see if Pussy is about. If she's gone, you'll quickly run to the larder for some fun. Round about the dishes creep.
做一顿丰盛的饭菜，外出之前先看看，看看猫是否是关于，如果它走了，你会很快跑到食品储藏室找点乐子，盘子周围蠕动。
Taking into each a peep, to choose the daintiest that's there, spoiling things you do not care. Boy and girl, there was a little boy and a little girl lived in an alley.
窥视每一个，选择那里最精致的，破坏你不关心的事情。男孩和女孩，有一个小男孩和一个小女孩住在一条小巷里。
Says the little boy to the little girl, shall I, oh, shall I? Says the little girl to the little boy, what shall we do? Says the little boy to the little girl, I will kiss you.
小男孩对小女孩说：“我可以吗？”哦，我可以吗？小女孩对小男孩说：“我们该怎么办？”小男孩对小女孩说：“我会吻你。”
When I was a bachelor, I lived by myself, and all the bread and cheese I got I laid up on the shelf. The rats and the mice, they made such a strife, I was forced to go to London to buy me a wife.
当我还是个单身汉的时候，我一个人住，我把所有的面包和奶酪都放在架子上。老鼠和老鼠，它们发生了如此的冲突，我被迫去伦敦给我买个妻子。
The streets were so bad, and the lanes were so narrow. I was forced to bring my wife home in a wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow broke, and my wife had a fall. Down came wheelbarrow.
街道太糟糕了，而且巷子又那么窄，我被迫用独轮车把妻子带回家。独轮车坏了，我的妻子摔倒了，独轮车下来了。
Little wife and all. Sing, 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 sing. What shall I sing? Cats run away with the pudding string. Do, do, what shall I do? The cat has bitten it quite in two.
小老婆和所有，唱歌，唱唱，唱歌。我该唱什么？猫带着布丁绳逃跑了。做，做，我该怎么办？猫把它咬成了两半。
London Bridge is broken down. Dance over my Lady Lee. London Bridge is broken down, with a gay lady. How shall we build it up again? Dance over my Lady Lee.
伦敦桥坏了，为我的李夫人跳舞。伦敦桥坏了，和一位同性恋女士，我们该如何重新建立它？为我的李夫人跳舞。
How shall we build it up again? With a gay lady. Build it up with silver and gold. Dance over my Lady Lee. Build it up with silver and gold, with a gay lady. Silver and gold will be stole away.
我们该如何重新建立它？和一位同性恋女士，用银和金建造它，为我的李夫人跳舞。用银和金建造它，和一位同性恋女士，金银都会被偷走。
Dance over my Lady Lee. Silver and gold will be stole away with a gay lady. Build it up with iron and steel. Dance over my Lady Lee. Build it up with iron and steel, with a gay lady.
为我的李夫人跳舞，金银都会被偷走。和一位同性恋女士，用钢铁建造它，为我的李夫人跳舞。用钢铁建造它，和一位同性恋女士。
Iron and steel will bend and bow. Dance over my Lady Lee. Iron and steel will bend and bow with a gay lady. Build it up with wood and clay. Dance over my Lady Lee. Build it up with wood and clay.
钢铁会弯曲和弯曲，为我的李夫人跳舞。钢铁会弯曲和弯曲，和一位同性恋女士，用木头和粘土建造它，为我的李夫人跳舞。用木头和粘土建造它。
With a gay lady. Wood and clay will wash away. Dance over my Lady Lee. Wood and clay will wash away with a gay lady. Build it up with stones so strong. Dance over my Lady Lee. Huzzah.
和一位同性恋女士，木头和粘土会被冲走，为我的李夫人跳舞。木头和粘土会被冲走。和一位同性恋女士，用石头建造它如此坚固，为我的李夫人跳舞。胡渣。
'Twill last for ages long with a gay lady. March winds, and April showers bring forth May flowers. The balloon. What is the news of the day, good neighbor, I pray?
谐文部可以持续很长时间，和一位同性恋女士。3月的风，3月的风和4月的阵雨带来5月的花朵。The balloon 今天的新闻是什么？好邻居，我祈祷。
They say the balloon has gone up to the moon. A cherry as I went through the garden gap. Who should I meet but Dick Redcap? A stick in his hand, a stone in his throat. If you'll tell me this riddle.
他们说气球已经飞上了月球，一颗樱桃。当我穿过花园的缝隙时，除了迪克，红帽我还应该见谁？他手里拿着一根棍子，喉咙里有一块石头。如果你告诉我这个谜语。
I'll give you a groat. The lost SHOE doodle doodle do. The princess lost her shoe. Her highness hopped. The fiddler stopped, not knowing what to do. Hot codlins there was a little woman.
我会给你一个阁牢，丢失的鞋子涂鸦，涂鸦 do。公主丢了鞋子，殿下跳了起来，小提琴手停了下来。不知道该怎么办。热辣的科德林斯有一个小女人。
As I've been told, who was not very young, nor yet very old. Now this little woman her living got by selling codlins, hot, hot, hot. Swan, 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 over the sea, swim, swan, swim, swan, swan, back again.
据我所知，谁还不是很年轻，还没有很老。现在这个小女人靠卖鳕鱼谋生，热的，热的，热的，天鹅，天鹅，天鹅，越过大海，游泳，天鹅，游泳，天鹅，天鹅，再次回来。
Well swum, swan. 3 straws on a staff would make a baby cry and laugh. The man of Tobago, there was an old man of Tobago who lived on rice, gruel, and sago, till much to his bliss.
游得很好，天鹅，3根吸管，一根棍子上的3根吸管会让婴儿哭又笑。多巴哥人，多巴哥有一位老人，他以稻米为生，粥和稀米，直到他的幸福。
His physician said this, to a leg, sir, of mutton you may go. Ding, dong, bell ding, dong, bell, pussy's in the well. Who put her in? Little Tommy Lin. Who pulled her out? Little Johnny Stout.
他的医生这样说，对于一条腿，先生，羊肉的，你可以走了。叮当，钟鼎咚钟，猫在井里，谁把它放进去的？小林汤米谁把它拉出来的？小约翰尼斯托特。
What a naughty boy was that, to try to drown poor Pussy Cat, who never did him any harm, but killed the mice in his father's barn. A sunshiny shower won't last half an hour.
那是一个多么调皮的男孩啊！试图淹死可怜的小猫，谁没有伤害过他？但杀死了他父亲谷仓里的老鼠。阳光明媚的阵雨，阳光明媚的阵雨不会持续半小时。
The farmer and the raven. A farmer went trotting upon his gray mare, bumpity, bumpity, bump, with his daughter behind him so rosy and fair, lumpity, lumpity, lump. A raven cried croak.
农夫和乌鸦，农夫骑着他的灰母马小跑，帮佩蒂，突快，壮，身后的女儿红润白皙，肿快，快壮，快，一只乌鸦呱呱地叫着。
And they all tumbled down, bumpity, bumpity, bump. The mare broke her knees, and the farmer his crown, lumpity, lumpity, lump. The mischievous raven flew laughing away, bumpity, bumpity, bump.
他们都摔倒了，帮佩蒂，突快，壮，母马摔断了膝盖，农夫有他的王冠，肿快，快壮，快。调皮的乌鸦笑着飞走了，帮佩蒂，突快，壮。
And vowed he would serve them the same the next day, lumpity, lumpity, lump. Christmas, Christmas is coming, the geese are getting fat, please to put a penny in an old man's hat.
并发誓第二天他也会为他们服务。肿快，快壮快，圣诞节，圣诞节即将来临，鹅越来越胖了，请把1分钱放进老人的帽子里。
If you haven't got a penny, a hot penny will do. If you haven't got a hot penny, God bless you. Willy boy, Willy boy, Willy boy, where are you going? I will go with you, if that I may.
如果你1分钱都没有，半分钱就可以了。如果你1毛钱都没有，上帝祝福你。威力男孩，威力男孩，威力男孩，你要去哪里？我会和你一起去。如果那样，我可以。
I'm going to the meadow to see them a-mowing. I'm going to help them to make the hay. Polly and Suki, Polly, put the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on and let's drink tea.
我要去草地看他们割草，我要去帮助他们做干草。波利和苏基，波利，把水壶放上，波利，把水壶放上，波利，把水壶放上，我们来喝茶吧。
Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off again. They're all gone away. The death and burial of poor Cock Robin who killed Cock Robin. I, said the sparrow.
苏基，再把它脱下来。苏基，再把它脱下来。苏基，再把它脱下来。他们都走了。可怜的知更鸟的死亡和埋葬，谁杀死了知更鸟？我，麻雀说。
With my little bow and arrow, I killed Cock Robin. Who saw him die? I, said the fly, with my little eye, I saw him die. Who caught his blood? I, said the fish, with my little dish, I caught his blood.
用我的小弓箭，我杀了知更鸟，谁亲眼看见它死的？我，苍蝇说，用我的小眼睛，我看见它死了，谁接了它的血？我，鱼说，用我的小菜，我接住了它的血。
Who'll make his shroud? I, said the beetle, with my thread and needle. I'll make his shroud. Who'll carry the torch? I, said the linnet, I'll come in a minute, I'll carry the torch. Who'll be the clerk? I.
谁来为他做裹尸布？我，甲虫说，用我的线和针，我会为他做裹尸布。谁来传递火炬？我，红雀说，我一会儿就来，我将高举火炬，谁来当店员？我。
Said the lark, if it's not in the dark, I'll be the clerk. Who'll dig his grave? I, said the owl, with my spade and trowel I'll dig his grave. Who'll be the parson? I, said the rook, with my little book.
云雀说，如果不是在黑暗中，我来当文员，谁来挖他的坟墓？我，猫头鹰说，我会用我的铲子和抹子挖他的坟墓，谁将成为牧师？我，车说，用我的小书。
I'll be the parson. Who'll be chief mourner? I, said the dove, I mourn for my love, I'll be chief mourner. Who'll sing a psalm? I, said the thrush, as I sit in a bush. I'll sing a psalm.
我将成为牧师，谁来当主祭？我，鸽子说，我为我的爱人哀悼，我将担任主祭，谁来唱一首赞美诗？我，画眉说，当我坐在灌木丛中，我会唱一首赞美诗。
Who'll carry the coffin? I, said the kite, if it's not in the night, I'll carry the coffin. Who'll toll the bell? I, said the bull, because I can pull, I'll toll the bell.
谁来抬棺材？我，风筝说，如果不是在晚上，我来抬棺材，谁来敲响钟声？我，公牛说，因为我可以拉，我会敲响警钟。
All the birds of the air fell sighing and sobbing when they heard the bell toll for poor Cock Robin. The mouse and the clock hickory dickory dock. The mouse ran up the clock.
空中所有的飞鸟都叹息哭泣，当它们听到可怜的知更鸟的钟声时，鼠标和时钟、胡桃木、迪科里、马头、老鼠跑上了时钟。
The clock struck one, and down he run, hickory, dickory, dock. Hot cross buns, hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns.
时钟敲响了1，他跑下来，山核桃木、迪科里、马头、热十字面包、热十字面包、热十字面包，1分钱1个，1分钱2个，热十字面包， 热十字面包，热十字面包。
If you have no daughters, give them to your sons. Bobby Shafto's gone to sea, with silver buckles on his knee. He'll come back and marry me. Pretty Bobby Shafto.
如果你们没有女儿，把她们给你的儿子们。鲍比、沙夫托 Bobby Shafto 鲍比、沙夫托出海了，膝盖上带着银扣，他会回来娶我。漂亮的鲍比、沙夫托。
Bobby Shafto's fat and fair, combing down his yellow hair. He's my love forevermore, pretty Bobby Shafto. The bunch of blue ribbons, oh dear, what can the matter be? Oh dear.
鲍比、沙夫脚趾又胖又白，梳理着他的黄头发。他是我永远的爱，漂亮的鲍比、沙夫托。一束蓝丝带哦，亲爱的，到底是怎么回事？哦，亲爱的。
What can the matter be? Oh, dear, what can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair. He promised he'd buy me a bunch of blue ribbons. He promised he'd buy me a bunch of blue ribbons.
到底是怎么回事？哦，亲爱的，到底是怎么回事？约翰尼在展会上待了很长时间，他答应给我买一束蓝丝带，他答应给我买一束蓝丝带。
He promised he'd buy me a bunch of blue ribbons to tie up my bonny brown hair. The woman of Exeter, there dwelt an old woman at Exeter. When visitors came, it sore vexed her.
他答应给我买一束蓝丝带，把我漂亮的棕色头发扎起来。埃克塞特的女人，埃克塞特住着一位老妇人。当访客到来时，她感到疼痛和烦恼。
So for fear they should eat, she locked up all her meat, this stingy old woman of Exeter. Sneezing, if you sneeze on Monday, you sneeze for danger. Sneeze on a Tuesday, kiss a stranger.
所以因为害怕他们应该吃，她把所有的肉都锁了起来。这个埃克塞特的小气老太婆打喷嚏。如果您周一打喷嚏，你因为危险而打喷嚏；周二打喷嚏，亲吻一个陌生人。
Sneeze on a Wednesday, sneeze for a letter. Sneeze on a Thursday, something better. Sneeze on a Friday, sneeze for sorrow. Sneeze on a Saturday, joy tomorrow.
周三打喷嚏，打喷嚏找信；周四打喷嚏，更好的东西；周五打喷嚏，因悲伤而打喷嚏；周六打喷嚏，明天的喜悦。
Pussycat by the fire, pussycat sits by the fire. How can she be fair? In walks the little dog, says, Pussy, are you there? How do you do, Mistress Pussy? Mistress Pussy, how do you do?
火边的小猫，小猫坐在火边，它怎么能公平？小狗在散步，说：猫，你在吗？你好吗？情妇，猫。情妇，猫， 你好吗？
I thank you kindly, little dog. I fare as well as you. When the snow is on the ground, the little robin grieves when the snow is on the ground, for the trees have no leaves.
我衷心感谢你，小狗。我的情况和你一样。当雪在地上时，小知更鸟悲伤；当雪在地上时，因为树没有叶子。
And no berries can be found. The air is cold, the worms are hid. For a robin here, what can be done? Let's throw around some crumbs of bread, and then he'll live till snow is gone.
并且找不到浆果，空气很冷，蠕虫被隐藏了。对于这里的罗宾可以做什么？让我们撒上一些面包屑，然后它会活到雪消失。